And welcome back to the IPF World Championships here live in Sun City.
Abdulmajid Suleiman from GB.
And how are you feeling today, my friend?
A lot better than yesterday. I actually got a decent amount of sleep today.
Sleep is hard to come by. The excitement is in the air. And today we have the 69 kilo women's Group B. The Group A will be competing later on today. We will also have the 83 kilo men's Group B, and the Group A will also be later on today. And in the 69 kilo class, it is the return of Chandler Babb in Group A, who is the returning champion, but the number one nomination is Mark Jenner from Norway. So she's going to face some stiff opposition in the 69 kilo class, and then in the 83s, in the Group A, we're going to see Delaney Wallace from USA versus Tim Monagatti from New Zealand. And it feels like in the 83s, it's always Team USA versus Team New Zealand. A history of that between John Hack versus Brett Gibbs, Russell Orhe versus Brett Gibbs, 1 and 2. And here we go again, a new cast of characters, but the same story.
Very true. Looking forward to see how Delaney and both Team Monagatti perform on squats, especially because that's what everyone's looking forward to. But I'd like to see as a GB athlete, we've got our own shooter coming also in the ranks.
Ah, yes. You know, we'd be remiss if we didn't mention Gerrans is in the mix.
So looking forward to see what he can do among those monsters on the stage.
It's going to be quite the show. Make sure you don't miss it. Up first, Veronica Manning from New Zealand, opening with 122.5 kilo.
Bar is loaded for Veronica.
Looks good.
Yeah, it looks very good.
That's what you want your opening squat to look like. It's a little bit of work, but nothing overly strenuous. It's going to be a long day.
It's also great to see lifters coming on to the platform with a smile.
Championships, you know, the biggest event in powerlifting, and everybody's got some nervous energy and anxiety. So if you could calm those nerves and just embrace the moment. Kimberly Beale from South Africa. Bale from South Africa. 125 kilo for her opener. Kimberly also makes easy work of her opener.
And it's a good look to run. Well done.
One call on depth. We have 3 judges on the platform, and often is the case, the hips of a lifter don't rest completely parallel to each other. So one might float a little high, one might be in depth. And Laura DeVet from South Africa, 130 on the bar for her. Jinx anybody, but all the opening attempts have been appropriate.
Everyone looks really confident going into the squat session.
He has been competing for 2 years.
Viola representing Australia.
Viola from Australia. Rufinho, number 2, Barber, number 3, Carolina, number 4.
140 kilo for her opener. Nicely done. Now, Mo, do you prefer a morning session or an afternoon session when it comes to your lifting? The morning you get it out of the way, but you might be losing some sleep and feel a little rushed. However, the afternoon session, you got all day to think about it, but you got more time to prep.
Very true. I think personally for me, I've always competed in the morning, but my training has always been in the evening because I train after work. So I think this will be the first time I get to match those two together and see how my performance actually goes.
Sounds about right. Yeah, whatever your body is used to. And Rochelle Griffin from Australia, 140 kilo for her opener. I was talking to actually Delaney Wallace, and he was saying the same thing. When you're used to training, your body is used to working. However, time zone changes can throw a ratchet into there. In review here, that's the side that got a white light, so it looks good. Yuskova from Czechia, 145 kilo for opening squat. Barbara Yuskova. Now her personal best is 147.5 kilo. Just 2.5 kilos shy of that. But we'll see how it moves, because some people, I've seen them opening up on personal best or even exceeding it. That moved appropriately. What do you think?
I think that moved very easily. She must either have underestimated what her squat PB is, or she's looking to have a very good prep and training.
Some of these lifters as well, coming from nations that had a lot of lockdowns in the last couple of years, so their activity might have been down. And some of the 5 kilo. I was talking to the New Zealand coaches in the warm-up room, Rory Lynch, and he said it's going to be a long day, my friend, and it's going to end with the big showdown between Tim Lanagatti from New Zealand and Delaney Wallace from the USA. 3 white lights for Callie.
Talking about showdowns, how did you feel commentating the 66 yesterday?
Oh, wow, 66s, 57s, with Joy Namani from Great Britain.
That must have been a heart attack for Team GB.
I tell you what, yeah, it's the adrenaline is through the roof. Maya Shitterving, 150 for her opener. Maya makes easy work of it, and these have all been appropriate openers. Sometimes you do see a lifter come out, and it's either far more work than it should be, because you got 3 lifts and obviously 9 over the course of the entire day, and it's a long day, or from Zimbabwe, 155 kilo. Nicely done.
Oh, goodness, 3 white lights. Bar goes down to 160.
And I think at this IPF World Championships, because we're in Africa, we've seen a lot more African nations represented, and that's why it's important that the IPF World Championships continues to have new host nations in new regions, so you see the participation like this. Sonia De Silva from Germany, 160 kilo for opening squat. Nicely done.
Yeah, nice and comfortable.
Very comfortable. We haven't even seen anybody, let alone fail, but have an overly taxing opening squat. And Virginia Fortalezi from Italy, 165 kilo.
Now, I actually had the opportunity to train with her not too long ago, like 2 days ago, and our bench is definitely something to look out for in the next session.
Some scouting, you get it from the warm-up room. Red here on depth. This is the side that got a white, so we won't be able to see it. But that's why we have 3 refs in 3 different positions on the floor. Jungmann from Austria, 167.5 kilo on the bar for her opening squat. Rafaela Jungmann makes easy work of her opener, and there it is. All lifters on the board. Now that you've secured yourself in the squat event, you can start making those jumps you want to make. And this is when things really start getting interesting.
It should be exciting to see.
Quick peek at the scoreboard after the openers. It can be deceiving. Some people like opening relatively light. So if you're judging by the openers, it can throw you off. Some people like taking smaller jumps. Some people take great big ones from the opener to the second. What do you prefer, Mo?
I prefer kind of in between. Like unlike what we saw earlier in yesterday's session where we had a 20 kg jump in the 66 kg weight class.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't see that today. But I do take 15 kg jumps.
Veronica Manning from New Zealand, 127.5. Relatively conservative, 5 kilo. About what you'd expect for a second attempt.
Yeah, definitely. Should go at least another 5, maybe 7.5 on that.
Ball goes to 155. 155. For Kimberly Bio, South Africa. This will be a PB for
Now,
Kimberly.
even though we're in Group B, yesterday we were together commentating and we saw Group B athletes medal in events after the Group A was done competing. I believe both of the gentlemen that we had seen in our Group B that we commentated together still got medals in an individual event, so we might see some medals solidified here in Group B.
Yeah, because we do have a few ladies opening very heavy on the squats, don't we?
We do. And Kimberly Bale, 135 kilo for her second attempt.
3 wide large. Well done, Kimberly. Ball goes to 140. 140.
Laura DeVet from South Africa, 48 years old, competing 21 years. And here she is at the Open World Championships, representing the host nation. A couple of the advantages, obviously, no major travels, time zone changes, or changing up in food. If you got to cut weight, a lot easier to do that when you're at home. It's look like a smooth second attempt.
Good luck, 3 wide large. Well done. Ball goes to 147. 147.
Oftentimes, when we talk about the opening squats or any of the opening lifts, no news is good news.
Very true.
No news is good news. If the opener is supposed to, you're just supposed to cruise through it, get yourself on the board. And Viola from Australia, 147.5, 7.5 kilo jump. Seems appropriate. moved like a second should, but let's see what the judges say for depth. It's borderline. That's what I thought. We'll take a look at the replay, but the judge that gave it a pass is on our side. Right. So that probably looked like it would justify.
Just more time to actually analyze and see where the lift actually is.
Get in and out as quickly as possible.
Definitely.
Don't hang around. Rochelle Griffin from Australia, 150 kilo for her, 10 kilo jump from her opener, but her opener moved very well. There's a bit of a sticking point, but she pushes through it. 10 kilo jump for first and second. What do you think for her third?
I think she might, just depending, because her first moved very well. The second looked like maybe a slight misgroove in it. So she might have a 2.5 to 5 kg. We'll see what she's pushing for.
Bar is loaded.
And Barbara Yuskova from Czechia, 152.5 kilos, 7.5 kilo jump from her opener. We're entering into personal best territory for Yuskova. If you're going to hit a personal best, this is the place to do it.
Definitely.
Oh, wow. Show some heart.
Well done.
Show some heart, perhaps a little bit early. Kind of looked like a third attempt, but some people like to grind. Talking about the 66s from yesterday. King of the grind himself, the returning world champion. Penna had grinded out, several lifts, but started losing some gas as the day proceeded. You don't want to grind too much too early. What do you think for her third attempt?
I'll be surprised to see her come up for a third, but she could maybe put on a 2.55 kg, depends on if it's worth it at this point.
You got to know your lifter. Everyone's got their own style. And Callie Dillon from New Zealand, 155 kilo, 10 kilo jump, 5 kilo personal best. Let's see if she has to grind through this one.
Good setup. Good. Nice. Up. Push. Up. Good.
It's worked to the hole.
160 for more from the bottom.
You know what? Now we have the benefit of the replay, so the judges do not. And the way that she squats with those long femurs, the hips are so far back, her arms in the way, it's very difficult. She got one on the board. She's not risking bombing out. And Mo D from Zimbabwe, 160 kilo for her.
Three white lights, well done.
White lights.
Stays on 160. This for Mia, short. From Denmark. This is a PB for her. Previous PB
Maya
was
Shiterving
167.
from Denmark,
And
160
the
kilo
bar
for a
is
second
loaded
attempt,
for Mia
10 kilo
from
jump from her
Denmark.
opener. 2.5 kilo personal best if she can hit this.
What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, three white lights, well done.
It was work, but you start realizing some of these people have a squat style and their top ends. It's difficult to kind of gauge on some of these lifters.
Also a new PB for her.
Well, we're starting to get into that area
Yeah.
where they have to work for the reps.
Very true. You've had some lifters who have already started working for their reps also.
Right. Sonia De Silva from Germany, 167.5.
I like how she was all smiles for her opener, and now it's all serious on the second.
Well, this is it. Sometimes as the bar gets heavier, your intensity meets that. By the time we get to the thirds, Oh, and she needed that intensity. She knew it. She came ready for the fight. 3 white lights.
3 white lights. Good lift, last fight. Ball goes
And we've
to
often even seen a lifter,
BB.
you know, and for anyone listening who might assume, well, why don't you just stay high intensity throw for all of them? You're going to gas out.
And the ball
Easier
is
said than
loaded
done.
for Italy.
It's a well you can't dig into repeatedly too many times on the same day. Virginia Fortaleza from Italy. 172.5. Pretty smooth.
Very smooth second
Oh,
attempt.
great. 3 white lights. BB for her. Now we come to the last lift of the second round. Ball goes to 175. For Rafaela Youngman from Austria. Also a
Rafaela Youngman from Austria. 175 for her
ball
second
is
attempt.
loaded.
This is the last of the
This is
second
in the net.
attempts.
We are starting
And then we're into the
round
third and final
of the-
attempts.
Of the squats.
Where we're likely to see some fireworks.
We're starting the third round of the squats.
7.5 kilo jump from her opener. And a 7.5 kilos personal best.
And a good lift, 2 to 1.
2 to 1, good enough.
Very good. So far, we've had no lifters actually fail on strength. It's mostly just been depth and technique, really.
2.5.
Technical issues only,
First
but
lift of the third round.
I think now that we're entering into the third round of squatting, my friend, this is when the lifters start pushing the envelope, start testing the limits, start jockeying for position.
Nine lifts and then no more changes for the second flight. 9 lifts and then no more changes for the openers of the second flight.
Veronica Manning of New Zealand, 132.5 for her third and final squat. Still below her previous personal best. Should be manageable, but personal best might have been hit domestically. Oh, it's work. What do you think? Was that right on the money for attempt
I think
selection?
that was right on the money for attempt selection,
3
definitely.
wide lights, total of 9.
And you can see she was smiling at the end of it too.
Ball goes
Right.
to 142.5.
I was about to say, in terms of previous personal bests, those might have been hit locally.
And
This is a 142.5 kilos on the bar for her third and final squat. Oh, wow. I would have to say that's probably expert attempt selection as well.
I'll definitely have to say the same too.
Not another. The smallest increment you can go up is 2.5 kilo, and I think 2.5 kilo would have been breaking the bank.
for Laura from South Africa. Also going for
Very
Laura
on
from
point.
South Africa.
Veronica DeVet from South Africa, 145 kilo for her. 21-year veteran of the game, representing the host nation. Whoa. You know, the spotters and loaders jumped in there just for anyone listening. The bar cannot come up and down. It can only go in one direction. And it looked like in the bottom, even though she was hanging on, came up, down, and looked like she was stalling for a second there. As soon as there was this up, down, it was going to be a no lift. You might as well not let the lifter even try to empty the tank to try to complete that. Even if she could complete that, it wasn't going to pass.
Definitely, very true. And you don't want to tax yourself for deadlifts later on.
It's a long day. Viola
5 more lifts. and
taking
then no more changes to the second
147.5
flight.
again.
5 more lifts and then no more changes to the second flight.
I think this one might have done it. See if the judges agree. 3 white lights.
Definitely.
And what's the feeling when you miss an attempt and you got to go back out there and face the same weight you had previously failed? How do you approach that?
It's a hard one to be in, to be honest with you, especially when it's a weight for depth. If it's something you feel confident in, going for the same weight again should be in the bag, technically speaking. So it just depends on your confidence levels and taking what's there on the day.
Especially if you had hit that weight before, if it was a personal best and it might be in your head. One of the reasons why some lifters cut depth a little bit, self-preservation kicks in, and you start squatting a little high and it becomes a mental barrier. Yuskova, 155 kilo from Czechia, 2.5, conservative 2.5 kilo jump. Thought she might be getting close to the limit. Wow.
Not close.
You know what? I mean, some people, when they start getting towards the top end, all of their squats look laborious, but not always as laborious as they appear in terms of how it impacts their nervous system. On the money as well. Callie Dillon from New Zealand, 155 kilo. Missed it on her second, coming out for her third. Gonna take another attempt at it. There's Rory Lynch. Coaching staff of Team New Zealand has his work cut out for him today, as most of the coaching staff does. It's going to be a long day, lots of battles to come. Oh. Now, the second attempt was called on depth, and it was borderline. Just by the way her levers, so you see right there, that was definitely depth. There's a point of no return.
Very true, especially when it's the max weight.
And Rochelle Griffin, 155 kilo, 5 kilo jump for her, 5 kilo personal best. Meets the barbell with a war cry. Let's see if she has to fight for this. I'm not sure if they're going to love the depth. It moved well. I thought so,
That's
if I'm honest.
unfortunate.
It was borderline. I mean, it wasn't miles high, but it also wasn't convincing.
Yeah, and I think probably that's one of the issues when you get very hyped for squats also, because you're so hyped for it, you just want to get that weight up, and you forget to keep on sinking just that little bit more.
It's a bit of, look, adrenaline is amazing for shifting weight, but you lose a little bit of self-awareness. You know, you're not as focused. And Maya Schederving from Denmark, 165 kilo, 5 kilo jump from her second. Coming into the event, 157.5 was her previous personal best. Well past that now. Another appropriate attempt selection by the national teams.
Well, interestingly enough, I'll say her first, second, and third squats look almost the same. So she might just be one of those lifters who can keep on going.
And this is where, I mean, a lot of these national I know on the platform, okay, it looks grindy, but that's how you lift. Modi from Zimbabwe, 167.5 kilos, 7.5 kilo jump from her second, and a 7.5 kilo personal best. Ooh, think she might have cut it, but becomes a moot point. Spotters and loaders very quick on the catch. You see here in the replay, yeah, that was definitely high. And again, this is what happens when you start entering that territory you've never been before, and you feel the extra weight on your back, and you just cut it high without thinking. Sonia De Silva from Germany, 170 kilo, conservative 2.5 kilo jump. However, coming into the event, 157 was her previous personal best. We're well past 157 kilo.
And if she was intense for the second attempt, she's all out this third one.
She's gonna have to be. And I think the conservative jump, it was appropriate. 3 white, she was celebrating
She was.
long before lockout.
I think as a lifter who squatted heavy, sometimes you just know. You just know when that weight is going to keep on going up irrespective.
Yeah. I mean, some people have said, what if you start celebrating before you lock it out and you miss the lift? But you're right. You got the feel. No, we're okay. I'm taking it home. Virginia Forcellesi from Italy, 180 kilo even, 20 kilo past her previous personal best coming into the competition. Obviously, training has been going well
Very well.
for Virginia. It was a little too much. However, she'll be credited with the 172.5 kilos she hit in her second. Still a massive personal best for her. Jungmann of Austria, 182.5 kilo loaded for her third and final squat attempt, and the third and final squat attempt of the 69 kilo class. I couldn't see the depth from my angle. Okay, now I only said that because from my angle I could see the direction, the leggings of the 69 kilo squat session in Group B. Group A still to come later on tonight. Jungmann in the lead. Virginia from Italy currently in second, with Sonia of Germany resting in third place. Still a lot of lifting left to go though. And we're going to move right on into the 83 kilo Group B class. Again, Group A will be later on tonight. But I'm going to tell you right now, in terms of the Group Bs and the 83s, there's a lot of individuals in this group that could make a big impact in the bigger picture in terms of medals being taken in the individual events. I can tell you right now, Kafui Hochoyame from Canada has broken an IPF world record previously at the IPF World Championships. So we have world record breakers in Group B.
And I think we also have an opening 275 kg squat by an Italian lifter, so that will be interesting to see how that goes.
And Carr from US VI 207.5. Gets himself on the board with going to pass. You don't want to just, some people like, well, just sink it. Just sink it. Well, you're going to use a lot more energy than you need to as well. You only got 3 attempts in you. And if you go straight to the ground, it's a lot more work, a lot more taxing, and there's a lot more lifting to do. Arno from South Africa, 215 for his opening squat. Representing the host nation. Looks nice. 3 white lights. And these are some relatively big flights here. Fewer lifters. Sometimes that turnaround time can be very quick and can impact how the lifting goes.
I think they'll be very mindful for the heavier lifters to also take into consideration, because like having a quick squat when you're moving so much weight will affect you.
Something to keep in mind when watching. Francois from Zimbabwe will open up a 220 kilo And yeah, when we get into the 120 plus kilo class, when you have Jesus Oliveira, the reigning super heavyweight world champion, and they're shifting close to 1,000 pounds in a squat, and you got very little time turnaround, it's a factor. What do you think, Mo?
I think that was a slow opener, but it might be nerves again.
It might be nerves. You know what? You had said that previously when we had done the commentary together.
Yes.
We've seen a lifter, and you're like, I think it's just nerves. I think the weight was appropriate. They came out for the second, came out to the third. Sometimes it's mentally the toughest.
It is mentally the toughest, especially on the IPF walk stage.
Stage gets no bigger. Marlon Daniels from South Africa. 47 years old, 17 years in the game, widely veteran, 225 kilo. When you see somebody 17 years in the game and they're from South Africa, you're assuming the opening squat's going to move well. And it does.
Just like you predicted.
And 3 wide lines, good way to start.
Marlon built for squatting,
I'll stay on 225.
but the same levers that are going to assist him in the squat could work against him in the deadlift,
Very true. What could help him in the bench?
but could definitely help him in the bench. Ilya de Boek from Belgium,
Bar is loaded.
opening at 225 kilo. He's hit 231 kilo previously. Now, did he do that having to travel to a different continent? See if it affects him. He is a rather large 83. Probably had to cut some weight. It's going to be borderline now.
It is going to
On
be borderline depth.
That's
That's unfortunate.
the weight moved well. Take a look at the replay here. It was right borderline. I mean, it by no means was miles high. No major adjustments need to be made, and that's one thing that lifter's got to keep in mind. If you miss on depth, don't do anything crazy where you drop it another 2 inches. You're not going to come up with it, and bad things can happen. Small adjustments, which is difficult because it rattles you, and your inclination is to make some big adjustments. I got it. Wholesale
Simple.
changes. Yeah.
Yes, very true.
Stay in the pocket. Stay calm, cool, collected. But Ilya's, he's been around. He's a veteran. He should be fine.
You might just need a bit more weight on the ball.
Well, I don't know if I don't know if I jump up if I miss, but I get your point. Hakeem Jones, U.S. Virgin Islands, 227.5. Now, having said that, have you ever gone up even though you missed?
I'm thankfully I've never missed an opener squat.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow.
And that's
3 white lights.
Bar stays on 225. For Salim from Libya.
That moved rather well. Salim from Libya, 227.5, will stay on the bar for him.
From Libya.
31 years old, 9 years in the game, almost a decade. Seen a few Libyan lifters here at the IPF World Championships this year. Now they want knees locked.
12 seconds.
He's only got 60 seconds set up, and he's got 9 seconds left before he gets the squat command. I think he's going to time out. He better do. He's got 2, 1. No,
Timeout.
took too long there.
That's unfortunate.
Now, hopefully, they can have a discussion with the judges so he understands what the infractions were.
Sorry, no lift. Timeout. Bar goes to 2.
The head coach there looks baffled. They're pointing to the knees.
From Germany.
the situation was, and hopefully someone can tell them so they know for next time, it's not the sleeves or anything, obviously. It's the knees need to be locked, and you got to be standing upright to get the squat command. There's 2 commands in the squat. When you squat in the beginning, and then the rack command to rack it. Both times you need your knees locked before you're going to get those commands. Juice from Germany, 240. Makes easy work of it.
Very easy opener.
Look, we've had 2 people now miss their opening squats in the 83 kilo class, Group B. We wanted excitement. This is
The Japanese lifter.
You know, it's hard to sell. It's hard to tell. The day is still young, my friend.
All right, let's see.
For Jorn from Iceland, 240 stays on the bar for him. Iceland got a history of strength athletes. For a nation with a small population, their presence is felt at the world stage when it comes to strength sports. Now, they're not going to love the depth, and that's what I assume there. The weight moved well. Strength is not an issue. Just
Loaded for Japan.
Naoki from Japan, 240 kilos, stays on the bar again. And in the 83 kilo men's, it's getting a little dicey right now.
It is getting very dicey. 3 fails so far.
That's a pretty high failure rate for opening lifts. You might see that in the second, maybe even more of a failure rate for the thirds, but here we are, and it begs the question, what's the second round of squatting and the third round of squatting going to be? It's going to be interesting. That looks pretty good. Wide stand comes out for a conventional pull. And we're back in the green on the scoreboard. And I'll say this. Most of the attempt selection looked on point. It's just about executing, getting the depth there. And Max from Germany, 245 on the bar for his opening squat. Max Eisinger. Looks good for an opener.
Looks very good for an opener.
Judges agree. That's right. We are not only from the same country, legitimately from the same hometown, and I'll even go further. Yeah, we are friends, and I actually got him into powerlifting. I was his coach for years, coached him to a world record at a previous IPF World Championships. The pride of Canada, Kafui Hochoyame. There's Jeff Butt, Canadian team head coach. Jeff was handling Kafui when he had previously broke the world record in deadlifts. The horsepower on this young man. And you see the weights almost like hips pop through. If there wasn't weights in his hands, he'd be jumping in the air. Very explosive athlete. Whereas other people like Penna from the 66s will be grinding.
Ball is loaded for Norway.
Sletten from Norway, 255 for his opening squat. Moved well enough. I want to see what they say about his depth. It was on the line. Okay.
Orange loaded, 220, good look. Ball goes to 275, 275. From Morocco, from Italy.
They're going to want to pay attention to his knees. They're, not overly open, but not overly convincingly locked either. And Moretto from Italy, 275 for his opening squat. We're in the 600-pound range for the opener.
It'll be interesting to see how the B group pushes the squats for the A group to look at.
Like I said, when you have world record breakers in the B group, this is a very competitive class. You're breaking world records and you can't get into the A. Moretto makes very easy work of 275 kilo. Where is he going to end up with this squat? If not in totals, a lot of these gentlemen are going to be in contention for medals, likely in the individual disciplines. By a lot, maybe not a lot, but there's going to be some of these gentlemen. And Kyle Graham from Canada. Canada's got a very strong 1-2 punch here in the 83 kilo class. 277.5 kilos for his opening squat. Kyle's training has been going spectacularly. Expecting big things from Kyle. Young guy, still a junior, I believe. But lifting in the open because he's competitive enough to. And that is a massive squat opener to be handling it like that. 3 white lights. A statement being made. Don't go any higher. And a look, Kyle resting at the top with his else about Kyle from Canada. Also a massive deadlifter. A serviceable bench, but big squat, big deadlift. Could equal a big total. I kid you not. He could be a threat for the E group, not just by discipline, but also in total. Same with Kafwe. Pay close attention to where they in islands. 215 kilo, 7.5 kilo jump, 5 kilos below his personal best coming into the competition. See what they say on depth. That's what I thought. If I'm honest, what do you think, Mo?
I'll probably say the exact same too. It was very close. It's a shame. That little bit extra.
Yeah, no major adjustments needed, but it was definitely high. Somewhat conservative 2.5 kilo jump. You don't see that often in squats.
No, you don't. But his opener didn't move the most convincing either.
It was probably appropriate. You got to adjust. Don't, as they say in gambling, chase bad money. Where while the plan was, you throw the plan out the window, and you adjust to what's actually happening on the day. Ooh, and that's why only 2.5 kilo jump. That might be right at the limit. Let's see if he gets it. No. Now, when we see the replay, the one judge that passed it is the angle we're going to have, so the replay probably looks good. You know what?
Still looks tight.
Yeah,
Still looks
yeah.
very tight.
Now, do you think with some adjustments, he can come back out and hit that?
Let's see. I think he'll probably repeat the same weight and just do his best to sink it.
I think you're right. And we have seen people come out, hit a weight they had previously missed. You just got to up your intensity. Mind your technique if you had any kind of power leakage. Arno from South Africa, 225 kilo, 10 kilo jump from his opener. If the 69 kilo class squat session for Group B was somewhat calm, cool, and collected, the 83 kilo class has been...
It's been a whirlwind.
It's been a whirlwind. Makes for great viewing. Depth looks good. Oh, wow, no. And
Yep.
not a single successful second attempt.
Now, it's interesting to think maybe these lifters are trying to make a statement to say they're in A group. So they're trying to head for numbers that should be on the best day.
Bar is loaded.
And you're not wrong. Look, that's a storyline that I have actually heard personally in the warm-up room. Some of them are right. Some of them are wrong. We all see the best in us. Ilias, the book. Ilias missed 225 on depth. Strength was definitely there. Doesn't need major adjustments for depth either. He wasn't miles high. Just a bit lower. He'll be on the scoreboard. And then the conversation comes, does he take the plan second or plan third or somewhere in between? Look better. See what the judges say. They agree.
Oh, good stuff. Well done. Well done.
And that's where it's, you can breathe a sigh of relief, obviously, but if you miss a squat, especially your opener, and it's a, yeah, you got to have these conversations. And for anyone listening, you need one of the lifts in one of the individual events, squat, bench, and deadlift, to have a total registered. Without at least one of those lifts, you can continue lifting, but you will no longer have a total. You will no longer contribute points to your national team. It's essentially, exhibition lifting at that point. You are eligible for individual event medals. And Salim from Libya, he gets it, 227.5, successful. Look how locked. Oh, okay, we're not going to get that. So you're going to say something.
Now, I was going to say, what do you think he'll do for now? Would he go for the plan second or go for the third straight away?
And the bar is loaded.
It probably looked like a little more work than an opener normally would. And I think that you expend nervous energy, and that just ratcheted up the nervousness when you miss a lift, have to come back out like that. There's some confusion involved. I don't think you go for the plan third. Somewhere, maybe the second, maybe a little higher than the second, but don't go all the way to your plan third. I would think, but
You never know.
you just never know. Akeem Jones from U.S. Virgin Islands, 240 kilo on the bar for his second attempt. 7.5 kilo personal best for Akeem.
Very easy.
Yeah, that looked like that could have been an opener. Yeah. But we've had that conversation as well where sometimes the wheels come off, everything looks completely fine, and they're...
For Jones from
And they're going to adjust the names here on the board. They're just loading the weight. Checking out who's up next. I believe it's Daniels from South Africa.
right. Bar is loaded for Frigo
Nope.
from Iceland.
Fidjorn
Second time.
From
and
Iceland.
Get it this way. Come, let's help him get it. Come on.
Linson. 240. Retaking this. Missed it on his opener.
Yeah, I was going to say. That's the wrong
That-
rack height,
that-
definitely.
That rack height definitely wasn't the same rack height he had the first time around. Now, if it's the spotters and loaders that made an error, his clock for the attempt selection will be reset. If it's the lifter who made an error in terms of inputting that information, it's the lifter that the clock will not be reset. They will change it for you, but clock winds down. You only got 60 seconds. And we've seen some... It's going to be on the line for depth again. It was on the line, but this side, on the right side of the line,
That's about 247.5.
mixed opinions from the judges, but 2 is all you need. Now listen, that's about as high as you want to go with the squat, you've been told.
In fact, you might only need one, considering what happens in the 57s.
Bar is
Yeah,
loaded
what Mo was referring to, if you get 1 white light, 2 reds, you fail, but you can approach the jury to review it. And sometimes it works in your favor, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes when you're on your way walking to the jury, they just wave you away. No, we know what you're coming for. Daniels, South Africa, 247.5. A sizable jump from 225 in his opener. Looks smooth. This man is built to squat, and it is when that bar path goes askew, no longer straight up, straight down, that's when the fight comes. Naoki of Japan, 250, 10 kilo jump. Well below his previous personal best of 271. Judging by, in powerlifting, you go up in 2.5. So judging by the 271, that's a record of some sort. The only way you can go up in that increment is if it is a record and you ask for chips, which is 0.5s. I don't think we're going to see any records of the national variety for Naoki today, judging by being at 250 for a second. And this is appropriate, again, game day decisions. It's not what you've previously done. It's what do you have on the day.
Yeah, with the wider squat stance, you tend to have a different sticking point in comparison to most lifters, don't you?
And depth. So you're like that because the levers favor you. So it feels good. You feel strong in that position. Depth can also be sometimes hard to call and sometimes hard to hit.
True.
There's give and take. Produced from Germany, 252.5. Depth looks good. Back-to-back Germans in the second round of squatting here. Max 260, 15 kilo jump. Still operating below his previous personal best, so he should have a relatively easy time with it. 30 years old and an 8-year veteran of the game. Wide stance, drops it in the hole quickly. Depth look good. Judges agree.
Very good squat.
262.5 kilos for his second attempt. He has hit 270. In training, he's gone beyond that. But training is one thing, especially when, Canada is the other side of the world.
Canada is far, far away.
I could tell you because I'm from the same hometown as Calf. It was quite the voyage. Let's see how it affected him. And that moved.
Very comfortable.
Depth was no question there. You see the pop at the top. With calf, when the weights flap like wings, we're good. When it's a grind, and you're just struggling to get to the finish line, we're nearing the end.
Now, next up, we have two lifters who might be making a push for the A group podium spots, maybe in terms of squats.
Time will tell, but it's a big statement for the second attempts to be hitting this. Before we get there, Sletten from Norway, 265. Bit of a sticking point. but he works through it. Nope. Speak too soon.
1 for dip and 2 for the lockout.
They didn't like the lockout. Let's see the lockout here. The knees got to be, oh yeah, the knees aren't completely, yeah, that's a cue. Sometimes you tell the lifters, flex the quads, lock the legs. You can't really tell all the time when you're the lifter.
I'll be taking notes myself for that then.
Well, there you go. Moretto from Italy, 287.5. And like you had said, these next two lifters might be in position to grab medals from the A group in terms of the squat discipline, at least. You know, they're going to be contenders somewhere along the line in the top 5 potentially for total as well. The way they're pacing already, if you look at the projecteds, still some lifting left to go. Three whites. How many more kilos?
Or he might risk it on go for a 10 kg PR.
I think 5 is there. 7.5. We're getting ambitious. 10.
It's
You better
probably,
be
yeah.
You're shooting. You're shooting
You
here.
need to be like Catherine, have your weights flapping up.
Yeah. Kyle Graham. 290 kilo Cal 24, so he is out of the juniors now. .290 kilos is a rather big second attempt in 83s. Three whites, and Kyle is heating up here in Group B of the 83s and making a statement. And I'm telling you, leading into the competition, not just right now, that was the talk on Kyle. He could have very easily have been in Group A, but here he is in Group B. And anyone in Group A, hopefully they're watching or have somebody paying attention, because he might be taking your medals, he might be taking your overall position. They do have the benefit of seeing where Kyle left off in the morning and know exactly what they need to load the bar to bypass him, if possible, though.
If possible, because also lifting in the evening with a shorter flight of lifters is also going to be a tricky one to handle.
So, and that's a good point. There's one benefit Kyle does have where, okay, you're lifting in the evening group. You get to see what Kyle's already done and load the bar appropriately. However, Kyle had bigger breaks in between his lifts due to the bigger flight. It's a give and take. Carr's going to attempt 215 kilo once again, representing USVI. Will they like the depth this time? See the squat. Yeah, I definitely looked in there. You know, it's tough because from our vantage point in the media booth, we see it, but we don't have the greatest vantage point. That's why the referees are on the platform, 3 of them, dispersed at 3 different locations to get different angles. Francois from Zimbabwe will attempt 222.5 kilo once again. Opened at 220, seemed heavy, took just a 2.5 kilo jump. Smallest possible jump you're allowed to make. Failed the second. Gonna retake it here on his third. Nope. You got to stay with the bar. Them to get it back to racking. And they're talking to him right now on the side. Please do stay with the bar and assist the spotters and loaders to re-rack that weight.
I do remember my first competition when I failed my first squat. And all I could think of was getting away from there as quick as possible.
Ah, yes. Well, you'll get a talking to. Ilya Dubuk. 235, 10 kilo jump from the second. He misses opener on depth, not on strength. No major issues retaking that weight for a second. This might have been his planned third, judging by his previous personal best was 231.
But just a quick note, Ilya's also just moved up from the 74 kg weight class because I saw him at Euros last year.
Ah, well, he's filled out pretty quickly.
He has filled out very quickly and good.
The winter holidays were good. It moved well.
Move well like that.
And it was depth.
Now the ball goes to 242.5. So Salim from Libya. He's been
5. And he just wasn't having his knees locked to get the start command, retook it, fixed that problem. It was a bit of work, though, and this is a rather big jump, and it's a personal best. He's never done this before. He's done 240. Oh, wow. Looks like he's done it. His knees aren't overly locked at the end, though, of the squat. In this knee lock situation, they look baffled, but it's legit. Look at depth for sure, but at the top, look at the lockout. He, again, just doesn't lock his knees. It's an issue, and he probably does it like this day in, day out in training, so it's now part of the motor patterns. So when they reinforce it, you aren't going to get the command to begin unless you lock your knees. Guess what? You'll lose the lift if you don't complete it and lock your knees again.
It's unfortunate to have done the lift but not be able just to get that last bit, the technical part of the last bit.
Yeah, he did all that work, and he did it successfully.
Did it.
Did not lock his knees. Akeem Jones, 252.5, U.S. Virgin Islands. Look good. Nice third attempt there. 12.5 kilo jump. And not a huge variation from first, second to third attempts for him.
Definitely not a huge variation.
This will equal his personal best, and he's been around for 4 years. And the bar is loaded for Iceland.
Linson from Iceland, 240 was his opener, missed it, came back, hit it on his second, jumping up 12.5 kilo to equal his personal best at 252.5. Definitely getting himself hyped up for this one. How are you for the hype? I know some lifters come out like they're in a library, very quiet, calm, cool, collected, smiles. Other people get all worked up to get the adrenaline going. Now it moved well. Depth is the question. And that's been the question all day for him. Let's take a look. It's borderline. And that was actually a loaded question for you, sir. I've seen your deadlifts. I remember you posting on Instagram and saying, "Oh wow, I put on a bit of a show, don't I?" I'm not sure how I feel about it now that I look back and see the videos, but as long as the weight moves, you do what you got to do, my friend.
Very true, very true.
In the end, Naoki from Japan, 255, 5 kilo jump from his second. Again, Naoki operating well below his previous personal best, but adjusting to the day to what he has. And you never know the background stories, right? Some of these lifters, if there was severe lockdowns in their nations, whether they had to take time off training and they're just getting back at it, whether it was big weight cuts, travel impact them, injuries. Nope.
From Germany. This was just beat PB of 256.
Produced from Germany,
And the ball is
257.5.
loaded for Germany.
A personal best for him. do you think, Mo?
Very, very good there, the 10 selection.
Oh, lovely. 3 white lights.
3 white lights.
It is a gamble.
To gamble 2.5 kilo, if you potentially miss your third, it's your second attempt that goes towards your total.
2 years.
You could be gambling away 7.5 kilo for that extra 2.5. Sometimes you got to take the sure money. Sletton from Norway missed 265 on his second, attempting it once again for his third. Wow.
What a fight.
A bit of a fight there, but yeah, the depth though. Let's take a look at this replay.
Pass the ball now. 265.
Yeah, that was about
World Master
parallel.
One squat record.
He got a dip just below
World
parallel
Master
there.
One squat record.
Area in front of the hip, and Marlon
South Africa.
attempting Daniels
The ball is
from
loaded.
South
World
Africa
record
attempting a Master 1 world record squat here, 267.5 kilo.
Come on.
He's taking some very big jumps for this attempt.
Possibly saving his energy. If you train that way and you're used to big jumps, fine. And probably this is one of his goals. You can, and I tell you what, I don't fault him at all for attempting this. How often does the World Championships come to your home nation? You're eligible for a world record attempt. Let's go.
270 for Kafuma from Canada.
Kafwi. Hochoyame. 270 kilo. This will equal his personal best.
For Canada.
262.5 moves well for him.
I think it definitely has 270 easily.
270 should be there. I thought maybe 272. So I'm expecting this to move well, judging by his second attempt. You hear instructions being yelled, take your time. And it's pretty consistently looking. Look at you want your lifter to go 3 for 3. Could you argue? It's so difficult to gamble for an extra 2.5 kilo and risk missing and relying on your second attempt. 270 will stay on the bar for Max from Germany. This is a 2.5 kilo personal best for Max. Again, celebrating before the lockout.
We've had a few of those now.
Oh, well, Ricky from Italy. And this will be for another personal best attempt. For
Moretto from Italy, 292.5 kilos for his third and final 13-year veteran in the game. 280 kilos previously his personal best coming into the competition.
I think just like we had yesterday with a 74 kg Italian lifter who broke a European record, but unfortunately wasn't able to get his total complete. I think Italian tend to have big squatters in general.
It certainly appears like that. A pattern is developing. See when he walks off the platform here, he's fine.
300, our first 300 squat.
Yeah, there's a sticking point about halfway. The knees start coming in and
Kyle Graham from Canada.
lost his drive. Kyle Graham from Canada, just 24 years old, fresh out of the juniors into the open.
What a way to make a statement after juniors.
It really is. Look, Kyle now in Group B, hitting weights like this. You know next time we see him, he's going to be Group A. 300 kilos, 661 pounds. It begs the question, where is Kyle going to end up with his total? Not today.
Unfortunate.
Starting off right at 10.
Just a little too much, but worth loading it up. Trying to cover some ground. Squat is where he's going to do it. Excellent squatter. Bench press is going to lose some ground if we're honest. And the deadlift, he's going to gain it back. And just a quick peek at how the squats unfolded. So Kyle Graham currently in first with Moretto of Italy, followed by Caffrey, also from Canada. Canada got an excellent 1-2 punch here. And keeping in mind, there's still another group of lifters in this class to come later on tonight. We're going to take a short 9-minute break and then resume the action back in the 69 kilo class. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in 9 minutes. welcome back to the IPF World Championships here live in Sun City, South Africa, where we have the 69 kilo women's Group B about to start their bench press.
This is now the bench press. So going from the line of
We had some big squats in the Group B 69 kilo women's. Most of the women, excellent attempt selection, very few failed lifts. We also have the men's Group B 83 kilo class. And there was a bit of some hit and misses. Some big lifts that might be in position to grab medals in the overall. Just taking a look at some of the lifts we saw earlier. Youngman, Virginia, followed by Sonia of Germany. Give a quick shout out while we have a moment to our sponsors, Alico and SBD. Without their generous support, none of this would be possible. Got some great equipment on that platform today. The facilities here, the entire venue, just beautiful. In the warm-up room, so much room. The lifters have their own platforms to work in. Excellent venue, Mo. As soon as you walk through those doors, you feel the energy. A lot of people's impressions when they first got here for the first time and got a chance to see the platform, the lights, the setup. It's a little bit overwhelming. When you show up at the IPF World Championships, do you like to take it in ahead of time so that you get used to it and it's not overwhelming?
Definitely, I like to immerse myself as much as possible into the experience because I think that's very important. We're here to lift weights, but also we're here to enjoy the experience and hopefully have memories to keep on for later.
Oh, well, building memories. Mo D, 65 kilo opener on her bench press. A little bit of a struggle there, Mo.
Was a struggle actually, but it's a very long range of motion also.
And this is right, and that's going to help her in the deadlift, but hamper her in the bench. Africa, home nation, 70 kilo for her opener. And I was saying, in the intro, a lot of the ladies had good attempt selection in the squat event. I don't believe anybody failed any of the openers, and we didn't see any red until we got into the second, and even then, very few. And in the thirds, a lot of successful attempts. See if we get the same results in the bench. In terms of some of the hair situation on the bench, Laura's okay here, but sometimes when you have longer hair and it obscures the view for the head ref to see if your head is touching the bench, that is one of the infractions. Sometimes it will ask the lifter, tie the hair back so I can off the ground. There is 3 commands in the bench, unlike the squat, unlike the deadlift. You have to start off the top. You need your elbows locked, all the touch points. You have to press off the chest. The bar has to be motionless on the chest to get that. And then you need the rack command. Again, your elbows need to be locked. And Kimberly Bale of South Africa, 72.5, successful.
77.5. From Denmark. The bar is loaded. Veronica is number 2. Griffin, number 3. Hardy, you're number 4.
Maya Schitz-Irving from Denmark, 77.5 kilo for her opening bench. 3 white lights.
Nice, good bench to start with.
Veronica Manning from New Zealand, 77.5, will stay on the bar.
Oh, good lift in right line. Bar goes to 82.5, 82.5. For Rochelle Griffin from Australia. Carly, you're number 2, Viola, you're number 3.
And Rochelle Griffin
Bar is loaded
from
for
Australia, 82.5 for her opening bench. Going over the handoffs here, you want to make sure they got it right. It can really throw you, especially if you have an aggressive setup. Let's take a look how Rochelle sets up here. Driving her traps into the bench, using the bar to wedge herself in place. When she gets the handoff, then she can lower her butt to the bench and wait for the start command. And there it is. Gets the re-rack command because her elbows are locked, completing it. And in terms of that handoff, some people will get it. Some people actually train to not get you maintain your positioning. And you know what? That cues me up for this conversation. Some people ask for no handoff. Oh, no, there is a handoff going to be had here. But some people do ask for no handoff. And they train for no handoff. A little more difficult to keep the positioning. However, it's consistent. Handoff to handoff, wherever you go, can change depending on the person doing the spotting for you.
That is very true.
Whereas
I myself train with no hands off actually, but actually doing competition I get hands off.
well, there it is. You know, a little inconsistency. Callie Dillon from New Zealand, 85 kilo, makes easy work of it. And how do you find, have you got some handoffs where you're like, oh, wow, okay, that's not exactly where I wanted it? And it's, look, it sounds like we're being nitpicky, but even half an inch one way or the other where they hand it off over your chest can make a big difference.
I think the roughest thing is mostly when you're setting up for that arch, and then you get person who.
Viola from Australia, 85 kilo for her opener as well. Uh-oh. And that's a little bit alarming. She's looking back at the bench as though, you know, I'm interested in seeing the replay here. I think she felt something.
Yeah. So looking from that, you can see her slipping forward, and someone who has an arch, I think that throws you off massively.
Hopefully she can make an adjustment. The bench press is very volatile a lift. The other lifts, deadlift, squat, the bar path is straight up, straight down. On the bench, technical adjustments. Hopefully that's the case. As I said previously, you need at least one lift successful in each event to move forward with a total. Not a conversation necessarily we have to have just yet with Viola and Sonia from Germany, 85 kilo. It's easy work of it. Virginia Fortunelesi from Italy, 92.5 kilo. This will open with her previous personal best. Again, that might not be risky depending on how old is that personal best. Has she been training a lot since then? You gotta think she's hit much heavier in the gym under what they believe is competition standards to be opening with your previous personal best. What do you think, Mo?
That looks relatively comfortable, and like I said before, I have trained with her, or I trained in the rack with her, and I saw her hitting at least 90 kg moving really smoothly. So
Oh.
she's on track for something good today, I reckon.
Of,
And the bar is loaded.
of Czechia, 95 kilo. See that setup. Again, it's not just to mitigate range of motion, but just to set the shoulders in place for optimal pressing. The fulcrum of the lever, your arm is the lever, the fulcrum is obviously the shoulder, but the touch point is lower away from that fulcrum. Youngman from Austria, 100 kilo even for her opening bench. Previously hit 102.5. Rafaela Youngman. Three white lights, and you'll notice some of the lifters do, some of the cues coaches do is big chest, put your chest out to reach the bar as well when it's coming down. Scoreboard as it stands after the first round of benching.
And the bar is loaded for more from Zimbabwe.
Could have a possible shakeup though. Some people like to open light, especially, do you open lighter with the bench press because it's a little more volatile with all the different commands and setups, or closer towards your max because you're probably not going to take as big a jumps due to it being the bench press?
I think with bench you have the chance to only make little jumps. So you're not looking to make it, unless you're a massive bencher, you're not looking to make more than 5 kg or 10 max. So you're more likely open. The lower you open, the further away you are from your max. So you want somewhere in between.
And that's probably a good way of approaching it. Mo D successful with her second attempt here at 67.5. Somewhat conservative 2.5 kilo jump, but as you just said, probably to take smaller jumps in the bench press to get closer to your max. Laura de Vet from South Africa, representing the host nation, competing as long as some of these other ladies have been alive. Veteran of the game, 72.5 kilo. Again, conservative 2.5 kilo jump. Conservative, but probably common. Going over the handoff. You want to keep doing it every time you come out. They're not going to remember. There's so many people in these flights. They won't remember your name and face. Ooh, and to your point earlier, 2.5 kilo, it's a smaller jump, but
9 kg class also.
Kimberly Bale also taking a 2.5 kilo jump to 75 kilo for her second attempt. This will equal her previous personal best. Of the 3 lifts, when it comes to travel, time zone changes, possible weight cuts, which one do you feel gets affected the most?
I'll probably say the squat.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that because it's closer to when you just weighed in, you have more time to recomp in terms of water, food?
I'll say because most likely, for myself as a heavier squatter, you really want to be able to feel your belt and that brace. And also if you cut in weight, you're going to be lighter than you're normally training at. And also flying with the stress, it will also affect how comfortable you are in your belt. So maybe that's why I'll say the squat.
Variables to consider, and Kimberly successful the 75 kilo.
Take the bar to 80. 80 for Veronica.
If they have a big weight cut, oftentimes you cut water to make weight. You're drinking water to gain it back. And the size of human being you are at the squat event, you could be half a weight class up by the time we get to the deadlifts. It happens. And Veronica Manning of New Zealand, 80 kilo, again, 2.5 kilo jump.
Very easy attempt.
Some people get so much bigger by the deadlift. You see him and you're like, I'm sorry, did I see you earlier? Are you somebody's bigger brother?
For Mia, Short, Irvin, Denmark.
Maya Schitt Irvin of Denmark, 82.5 kilo, 5 kilo jump from her opener, 2.5 kilo jump below her personal best. It's work, definitely slows in the midpoint, but she gets it, 3 white lights. Definitely another 2.5 kilo jump there.
I'll definitely say another 2.5 kilo jump.
From Australia. Let's help her get this one so she stays in the top. Come. The bar is loaded. Come, give us this one.
Now, 85 kilo, once again being loaded for Viola, and she missed this on her first. Might have been just some technical slip-ups.
Yeah.
You can fix technically with some technical adjustments she can make. There we go. That looks good.
It's a lot easier.
No. Okay, let's take a look at the review here. Ah, gotcha. We're being told, Mo, our producers, gave you some notes here. What did they say?
So they've said she's missed the rack command, so that's why she's got a no lift.
I didn't hear that, but yeah, like I said previously, there's 3 commands. Start command at the start of it. The press command off the chest needs to hit her 3rd and final bench press, or she will not be able to register a total. Strength looks there. That's any encouragement. Callie Dillon from New Zealand, 87.5 kilo for her 2nd attempt.
Good job, 3 white lights.
3 white lights.
That equals her personal best.
Team New Zealand have been locked down in isolation due to the COVID, and now is back at the IPF World Championships. Has several contenders for placement and medals. 5 kilos for a 2nd attempt. 2.5 kilo below her personal best. 5 kilo jump from her opener.
That was an impressive grind.
You know, some of these other lifts, due to the bar path being straight up, straight down, the position you're in can be easier to grind. Now, some people can definitely grind on the bench press, as we've seen, but it can be difficult. If you cut too early because there's an arch on that bar path, it's difficult.
It is difficult.
The Silva, 90 kilo, 5 kilo jump from her opener. This will equal her previous personal best. Will we see a grind? Three white lights.
3 white lights. Probably see another 2.5 in that.
I would suggest You know, you can take a bigger jump from your opener to your second. A lot of them are more conservative. Virginia. Fortaleza. 95 kilo. Two and a half kilo jump, 2.5 kilo personal best. She gets it, 3 white lights. And you want to be controlled coming down to the chest. Got to make sure you don't have any down-up motion.
And this will be a personal record again. And the bar is loaded for Czech Republic.
Three white lights, the judges like it, and that's 5 more kilo towards her total. This will be a personal best for her. And the bar is loaded. Rafaela Youngman of Austria, 105 kilo for a second attempt. This will be a personal best for her. Group B. And then we'll go back to the bottom of the order for the third attempts. Now we'll see if her butt came off the bench. There was movement.
Good left, 2 to 1, good left. Well done.
Let's take a look at that replay. Pay attention, you need points of contact. Yeah, look at that. Call me Eagle Eye Ryan, look at that. Okay, give me my category for referee. Oh, looks like they might overturn it though. I'm being told by our producers, and this can happen, the jury can intervene and overturn a lift if they see an infraction. They also have the replay that we have.
And the bar is loaded for more.
I'll keep you updated on that. But we're into the final benches of the 69 kilo class. It has been overturned. And we have the benefit of these reviews, right? The judges on the platform do not. That's why there is a jury. And it looks like for Modi, 70 kilos is just too much.
The Austrian lifter, Jungmann, this was overruled, so the second attempt of Jungmann was a failure.
What were we saying there, Mo?
I said she just lost her bar path coming back up.
The bar is loaded for Laura.
Very important to keep that bar path.
Second attempt this way. Come, Laura, you can do it.
And Laura DeVet from South Africa. 72.5 kilo, reattempting it, missed it on her. I think she spread out, elbows flared out, and lost her levers.
Sorry. No lift.
Not today.
Take the bar to 77.5. 77.5. This is for Kimberly Bile from South Africa. Now this is for a personal best attempt for young Kimberly. Bar is loaded.
Now, it's worth noting, Kimberly's only been competing in powerlifting for a year. And imagine getting to the IPF Awards in your first competition.
I can only imagine how nerve-wracking that might be. It depends on how you approach it. Kimberly, now attempting 77.5 kilo, not be on you as much as, let's say, a 10-year veteran who's coming here representing and looking for gold, silver, bronze, a lot of pressure, local media, etc., social media followings. It all depends. A little too much today. How about yourself having I know you've been on, podcasts, YouTube videos, got a bit of a following. Does the pressure get to you when you come in here?
How do I describe it? I think it does a little bit, because on my last nationals there was SBD obviously sponsoring the event and taking videos and everything, and you do feel that bit of pressure to perform rather than before where it was you just turn up and you were the unknown person. And I think I'm still lucky enough to be the unknown person in the 105s also for this competition.
For Veronica Manning of New Zealand, and you're absolutely right. Look, with the little too heavy for today. With winning comes sponsorships, comes exposure. However, with winning comes obligations, comes commitments, comes exposure, which is a good and bad thing. Adds pressure. It's all part of it. And here we go. Viola from Australia missed 85 kilo twice. Second attempt, when she tried it, strength was there, jumped the rack command. I believe the strength is there. I believe the weight itself is an appropriate attempt selection. Just small errors are catching up to her right now. If she could do the exact same lift she did for a second attempt, just wait for that rack command. You get a little excited and anxious.
True. It's also worth noting she's still a junior, so she's gaining that experience definitely.
Just 2 years can wait. Look at the sigh of relief. You never had an opening weight. You wouldn't have thought, hey, I'm going to leave with only 85 kilo my opening weight and I'll be happy with it. No, you will. It's a sigh of relief. 85 kilo stays on the bar for Maya Schitt-Irving of Denmark.
3 more lifts and no more changes to the second block.
Oh, nope.
Oh, sorry, Mia. Not today. And here comes young Kylie. Boys, notice for Kylie from New Zealand.
Callie Dillon from New Zealand, 90 kilo, 2.5 kilo jump, 2.5 kilo personal best if she can get it.
2 more lifts and no more changes.
Looking to go 3 for 3 in the bench press event. Slow and steady, but the brakes come on right at lockout. Just an inch. Take a look at the replay, and it's fast off the chest, but it's just at the lockout there. You know, the brakes can come on when it comes to the bench press. Rochelle Griffin from Australia, 90 kilo even. It will match her personal best coming into the competition. And there's a confidence to it of having hit a weight before. You know you've done it under different circumstances, though.
You do. But also as a lifter, would you be wanting to come to the IPF to repeat the same weight you've done before?
And this is where the temptation, right? And I guess, there's a proof in the point. Like, so many variables. Hitting a PR when it's domestic, possibly a local meet, doing under these conditions. However, sometimes, despite the extra adverse,
Honestly, is.
it can work miracles. De Silva, 92.5 for her third and final bench. Looking to go 3 for 3. You know, watching the 57s, we had all types of lifters like Bobby Butters from Great Britain. You're familiar, approaching the bar, just screaming, yell, all types of whipped up into it. A lot more calmer in this session.
A lot more calm in this session, definitely. But we do have another GB lifter to look out for height, who will be coming later on.
And who's this?
Benji Water in the 120s.
We'll make a mental note.
Don't be surprised if you see a headbutt left in the corner.
Who earned that moniker literally by screaming his way onto the platform, but it works. It's just the adrenaline in your body
And the bar is loaded for it.
acts as a pre-workout that money can't buy. Virginia Fortalezi from Italy.
No more changes.
97.5, 2.5 kilo jump from her second. She's never hit this before. Doing pretty good.
Well done
Can-
from the Czech Republic.
Ooh.
Also for a new PB. Bar is loaded.
Yuskova from Czechia. 102.5 kilo for her third and final bench. Also new territory for Yuskova. Nope. Not this time.
Sorry, loaded.
Leave that on the to-do list for next one.
So your one first.
And Raffaella Jungmann from Austria had missed 105 on her second attempt. Pressed it up, but her butt came off the bench. The jury overturned it, and you know the judges on the platform now are going to pay a lot of attention there. They don't want you to make them look bad. You're going to have to earn this one. She's hit 102.5 previously. This is the heaviest she'll ever have hit if she can get it. Oh, her butt came up again this time.
It's unfortunate.
Oh, sorry, loaded. Now we're going to the second one. 120 on the
The body just naturally is trying to get more of a lever there. I'd explained earlier how, in terms of how the levers rest, you're tucking your shoulders back, trying to get the fulcrum of that lever as close to touch point as possible. The higher up your hips shoot, the more you kind of increase that angle, but you're not allowed. It's an infraction.
It is an infraction. In comparison to the squat session, the 69 women seems to be a lot different for the bench now. A lot more reds.
It was, and if that's a pace, we're seeing more reds. We saw enough reds in the squats for the men's.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what's going to happen here. Arno from South Africa, 120 kilo, will start him off for the bench session of the 83 kilo Group B. Strong press. 3 white lights.
How excited are you for the 83s later in the evening?
Listen, in terms of showdowns, there are very few at the IPF World Championships or in any event that are as closely contested as Tim Monagatti from New Zealand and Delaney Wallace from the U.S. Neck and neck, and add to it the historical significance of USA versus New Zealand in the 83 kilo class dating back years now. It's a storyline in our sport. Here it is, same story, new cast. I'm very excited.
It'll be fun to see.
Francois from Zimbabwe, 140 for his opener. Oh, we got some distractions.
And the third one, I think we beat the command to going to rack. Sorry, no lift.
He beat a command.
Yes, he beat the rack command, and I think his bum also came up at some point.
Bar is loaded.
Kyle Graham, now he squatted, bookended with a big deadlift, though.
It's a nice and easy opener.
Good run, good lift. Well done, Carl.
Now, he had missed his third squat. And here's the thing when you start pushing your squats, and if you fail your third,
From South Africa.
historically speaking, they did a study, and 67% are going to fail their third deadlift just due to revving that engine, emptying the reserves. Don't let that get in your head, Mo, if you fail your third squat. But it happens. Kyle had missed his third squat. It'll be interesting to see. Now, you could correct that by adjusting yourself and paying attention how the deadlifts feel when the deadlifts roll around. Marlon Daniels from South Africa, 140 kilo for his opening bench. Marlon had attempted a world record, Masters world record. Missed it.
And I think just like we said in the squat session, he definitely has good bench leverages.
He's going to be on team subtotal.
Yeah.
You know, it's, again, I was talking earlier, do you think he's sumo or conventional puller?
I'll go conventional.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go. Oh, you were about to change, weren't you? I see you look back.
No, I'll still be conventional.
I'll go conventional as well. And Carr, USVI, 145 for his opening bench. Joe Jordan competed yesterday in the 66s. Pulling a little bit of double duty, helping out his fellow teammates on USVI.
Oh, good lift. Well done.
Very impressive bench from Carl. And just to add in for Joe Jordan, he's definitely one of the most impressive lifters in the 66 I've seen, just in terms of his musculature and the amount of build he has.
Yeah, no question about that. He is. The muscular development is on point. It's crazy how some of these people make the weights they do in terms of weighing in. I'm sure they have to cut. They have no fat on them, but some of them have to deplete themselves some water, weigh in it, and put the water back in their system just to make weight. Linson from Iceland, 150 for his opening bench. See him driving those traps hard into the bench, using the barbell to wedge himself in place as he lowers his butt to the bench and ready for the start command. Beautiful.
Easy.
Oh, good lift.
And Joe Jordan had, you know, he didn't have the day he wanted yesterday. He was coming in as one of the favorites to win. I actually had pegged him as the gold medal favorite we had ever seen, which is phenomenal. But it wasn't just that Eddie had done so great. Joe, not sure what the factors were, but his total actually came down a little bit.
It did in comparison to his USVI nationals.
That's right. Kafui. Hochoyame. 157.5 kilos for his opening bench. Okay. Wow.
Very easy.
Yeah, if he's conserving energy, he's got plenty left for a second.
And the 83s is the deadlift record.
He could be in danger.
Could be in the
Enaharo is in Group A. Enaharo at the Hungarian Nationals pulled 350 kilos, 771 pounds, which is insane for an 83 kilo lifter. And he will be competing later on tonight. Slatin of Norway, 160 kilo for his opening bench.
Good lift, good lift. Boss, staying on 160 for Jones on Virgin Island.
160 kilo stays on the bar for him. Three white lights, it's a good lift. 160 kilo now being loaded for Salim of Libya. Salim had some technical difficulties, very strong young man. But in the squat, he gave away 2 of his 3 attempts due to technical errors that would have been very easy to correct just by straightening his legs.
Definitely. He looks like, would this be his first international IPF meet?
I'm assuming he's been competing 9 years, but certainly these are some technical errors he could brush up on. Three white lights. Next we have 160 kilo loaded for Naoki from Japan. Naoki has previously hit 180 kilos. This is well below that, but I believe his squat ended up well below his previous personal best, so he might be operating quite a bit less than he had previously hit on bench as well.
True. Also very interested to know, all the Japanese lifters have almost the same setup in terms of the way they wiggle onto the bench.
Yeah, you're wondering if how would that happen? Because obviously Japan could be spread out in different parts of Japan, but does the national team train together in terms of a few times a year and develop these styles?
Maybe, or just a case of you have a set of very good lifters who have trained together and everyone watches what they do and replicates it almost.
How often do we see that with deadlift setups, squat setups, people? And Max from Germany is going to open up with 162.5 kilo. Max Eisinger. Three white lights. And everything's been pretty smooth so far. Ilya de Boek, Belgium.
Belgium.
170 kilo for his opening bench. And 175 kilo for Pius. This is 6 kilo below his previous personal best. Judging by the 181 increment, that looks like it's probably a national record back home in Germany. 6 kilo below that, so I'm expecting this to move. We'll see how the travels impact his performance. That's why it's a good idea to get here in advance so your body can adjust if there's a time zone change or even just dealing with the travel, the more days you're here, the easier it is for you to adjust. 3 white lights. And how in advance did you get here, Mo?
I got here on Sunday, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so we got here Sunday evening. And it's taken a while to actually adjust my body and get my body actually sleeping properly also.
I am still adjusting.
Yeah.
Now attempting 180.
Breakfast helps in the hotel though.
Oh, it's a lovely breakfast. We are spoiled. Moretto of Italy, 180 kilo for his opener. This will be the final opener of the 83 kilo Group B class. And we haven't had a single miss yet. I'm not trying to jinx this young man, but I don't anticipate any issues. On the squat event, the Italians had picked very appropriately.
And the audience can wake up. We're all falling asleep. No one's paying attention. Let's have some noise from the audience. That's better.
Quick peek at how the scoreboard looks after the opening round of benching. Don't want to read into it too much, but near the top, 5 kilo spread from first to second. Another 5 kilo spread from second to third. Still a lot of benching left to go. 125 kilo awaits Arnold from South Africa. Oh, the brakes came on quick, Mo.
It did, and I also noticed on his opener it was a bit slow.
Yeah. And this is still below his previous personal best, so 140 kilo for Francois. Now, oh wait, now he must have missed his opener. I think we might have missed that there. Retaking 140. I had forgotten about that. Selective amnesia. Let's see what happens if the judges like it. 3 white lights. Okay, all's well that ends well. Now we're all on the board.
This is for from Canada. This is equally his that's better. It's equally his personal best. We also have a car
And Kyle Graham of Canada, 145 kilo, 5 kilo jump from the opener.
from Canada.
Yep, but I'm going to agree with you. 2.5 kilo, probably his best. To get the most out of Kyle in this bench press event. It's still 2.5 kilo added to the total. It's worth it to come out.
Bar is loaded for car from the Virgin Islands.
150 kilo for Carr. Telling the spotters and loaders, I do not need a handoff. He has previously hit 152.5 kilo. Oh, the butt came up there. I think one of the judges caught that. butt rows to complete it. Given that,
And then the jury's coming over now.
yeah. See, the jury has the review that we have. I think that'll probably be overturned inappropriately. And Marlon Daniels of South Africa, 150 kilo for him. There's the jury approaching, and it has been overturned. I'm going to have to agree with it. $150 looks good.
Good lift, good lift.
Linson, 157.5 kilo. 7.5 kilos more than his first attempt. Still 5 kilos below his previous personal best.
Bar is loaded for Iceland. Mr. Carr from Iceland, his lift got overturned. He lifted his bum, so that's a failure for Carr from Iceland. No, sorry, Virgin Island. My mistake. Carr, Virgin Island.
Driving those traps into the bench, wedging himself in place with the barbell. Lowers his butt to the bench and gets the start command. Pretty smooth.
Very easy second attempt.
Yeah, I agree. He's got
Turns it into a failure for lifting his bum. The bar now goes to 162.5 for Kafu from Canada.
Chafwe,
And the bar is
Hocho
loaded
Yame.
from Canada.
162.5 kilos. 5 kilo jump. 157.5 offered very little resistance for Chafwe. That's pretty smooth right there.
Pretty smooth, yes. The question is, does he save himself for the third attempt on bench for a bigger deadlift, or does he go for a PB on bench now?
Listen, he has a mighty deadlift. Those long arms that are impeding him on the bench press are going to help a lot on the deadlift. You definitely want to save a little bit for that dead. Don't tighten up the back for just 2.5 kilo. We'll see how they play it, though. Sletten of Norway, 167.5 for his second attempt. A relatively sizable 7.5 kilo jump from his opener.
That's from Norway. Come. That's better. That's better. Well done. Now you're awake.
Three white lights, it looks good.
Chicken with own PB. Well done. Bar goes now to 167. 167. For Mr. Jones from the
Hakeem
Virgin
Jones,
Islands.
U.S. Virgin Islands,
And this will also give him his own
167.5 kilos for his second
people
attempt.
From the Virgin Islands. There should be a lot of you here. That's on Rose. Bar is loaded for Mr. Jones.
This is another sizable 7.5 kilo jump in the bench press event and a 5 kilo personal best. Handled it well, though. What do you think, Mo?
Definitely at least another 5 kg in that.
Bar stays on 167. For Max from Germany.
Representing Germany, Max Eisinger. 167.5. Loaded for his second attempt. Still 5 kilo below his previous personal best.
It's very interesting that his squat technique is almost similar to his bench, where he drops very quickly and then presses out.
It is, yeah. It's just the way his muscle patterns move, I guess. And based off of that, how do you think he pulls?
Probably very quick off the floor and slow a lockout, maybe.
Sumo or conventional?
I'll see, man.
Yeah, gotta be, right?
You can tell.
Naoki from Japan, 170 kilo. This is a 10 kilo jump. 22-pound jump on bench press.
That's a big jump.
His coach doesn't look scared. He was ambitious.
He was ambitious. And stress has gone from a 5 out of 10 to a 10 out of 10.
Yeah. And you can't decrease the weight. The bar can stay the same weight or increase. There's no going back now. He's locked in for his third attempt.
And the bar is loaded.
Salim from Libya, 172.5 kilo for his second attempt. 12.5 kilo jump. So we thought 10 kilo was big.
A 12.5 is a lot.
12.5 kilo jump is a lot.
But looking at the size of the man's arms, I reckon he'll be fine.
But he handles it. 3 whites. Yeah, he is a massive 83 kilo lifter.
From Belgium. This is one of his 176 PB, 176 at the national.
Ilias de Boek from Belgium, 175 kilo. 5 kilo up from his opener. Just a kilo below his previous personal best. Looks good.
Oh, 3 whites, you're right. Well done. Now the bar goes to 180. 180. For Pius. And Suskas from Germany.
Pius from Germany, 180 kilo for his second attempt. 5 kilo jump, just a kilo away from his all-time best bench press, which was a German national record.
Moreto, also for a PB. 12.182, nice time.
Matteo Moretto of Italy, 187.5 kilo, 7.5 kilo jump.
All the way from Italy.
I don't know if you're aware of any big benchers in the Group A. I know Delaney is a big bencher himself, but is anyone crossing 195, 192?
Well, Owen Hubbard
Oh, yeah.
and Brett
Owen
Gibbs.
Hubbard.
Yeah, and he's a Brit, so I'm actually a little insulted, but you're going to have a conversation with Owen later on. Sir, are you trying to be funny when you said that on the air?
Completely forgot.
Mo, watch yourself now. Previous world record breaker Owen Hubbard will be there later on today. See what he does in the bench press. And there's another guy. Talk about intensity he brings to the platform. Ooh, slow at lockout, but 187.5 moves. You know, we were talking about the previous USA versus New Zealand matchups we've seen in the 83 kilo class historically at the top with Brett Gibbs versus John Hack, Brett Gibbs versus Russell Orhe. For 2016, Gibbs versus Hack. He was there for 2018. He was there for these showdowns. He will not be overwhelmed by the moment. He's broken world records. He's won medals. Definitely a guy to keep your eye on. Francois from Zimbabwe, 145 kilo. 5 kilo jump, 5 kilo below his previous personal best. Slow and steady. 3 whites.
Good look. 3 wide line. Ball goes to 147 now. For PB, Kyle Graham from Canada.
Kilo jump, and I think that's probably appropriate.
With arms that long, you can tell already the deadlift is going to be special.
Right. And it is. He's got a big deadlift on him. Ran out of gas, and again, for 2.5 kilo, you don't really want to empty the tank.
155 from Mr. Carr. His last result was overturned and he's gone up 5 kg. This will also be a PB for him. That tells him to keep his butt down. And he comes from the US Virgin Islands and the bar.
155 kilo now for Carr from US Virgin Islands. Missed 150 for a second, opting to go up 5 kilo regardless. What is the significance of going up that 5 kilo, you might ask? Well, this would be a personal best.
There's one place to take a personal best. It's definitely here.
It is under the most strict of conditions when people ask you your personal bests. It's at the World Championships, international judging. People know what that means.
Let's see what the judges say.
2-1, good enough.
Oh, that was a good lift. 2-1, 2-1. Bar now goes to 155. 155 for Marlon Daniels from South Africa. This should be the loudest noise.
Marlon Daniels from South Africa, 155 kilo for his third and final bench.
Bar is loaded for Marlon. Let's hear it, everybody. Make some noise, Marlon. Come on.
Now, Marlon was telling me in the back room that he injured his back a few weeks out, actually.
His back?
Yes, and he's sorted out now, but the best way he'd ever squatted before was 260, and he was on track to hit above 260 in training, but with the back injury, it just took him back a few weeks.
Still showing up, putting in the work. No. Fast off that chest.
Oh, sorry. Not today, Marlon. Bar goes to 162.5 for John Linson from Iceland.
Linson from Iceland will attempt 162.5 kilo for his third and final bench.
Loaded for Iceland.
5 kilo jump from his second.
John.
Another 3 white lights.
Well done. 1 for you.
Picks up some more kilos to add towards his total. And Canada's Kafui Hochoyame will attempt 167.5, 5 kilo jump. Now 162.5 moves really well. So far, we haven't seen Kafui have to struggle at all yet.
Not at all. I think he's definitely saving himself for the deadlift.
It's been a conservative day for Kafui so far. Yeah, he look at you. You had better have a monster deadlift after this. He is going to be as fresh gets. He might be the most fresh deadlifter you've ever seen at the IPF World Championships.
Definitely, definitely. I'll say his third squat and third bench look like second attempt.
Yeah, no, for sure, both of them. Kafui, you got up, you had breakfast, you got dressed. Let's get to work, young man. You got 9 attempts, not 12. Sletten from Norway, 170 kilo.
Sorry, no, not today. Last days on 170, we have played the Noaki from Japan. He missed it on the second attempt, so that's helping Japan. Power is loaded for Noaki from Japan. Come help him get this one. Missed it, now he's trying again.
Naoki, 170 once again.
Oh, no, Japan.
He had taken an ambitious 10 kilo jump. Yeah, a little bit of redemption, and the coach in Japan's like, thank you for making me look good, putting that attempt.
I think he's just got an interesting sticking point, and once he gets past there,
Right.
it's smooth sailing. Same as his squats.
Bar is loaded
Yeah.
for Max from Germany.
Max will attempt 172.5 kilo, 5 kilo up from his second, equaling his previous personal best. Max getting himself ready for this.
Good look,
2 to 1, he gets it.
Good look. Ball goes to 175. 175. For Jones on the Virgin Islands.
He took a 7.5 kilo jump from his opener, taking another 7.5 kilo jump from his second.
On the Virgin Islands.
So I believe the Germany lifter's lift just got overturned.
Is that right? Do we know the infraction?
No, we don't. Bump came up.
Gotcha. Hakeem Jones, 3 whites. So many possible infractions when it comes to the bench press. Feet moving, butt touching the bench, head coming up, elbows locked. It's jumping commands. There's just so many possible infractions that oftentimes the jury might intervene if they see something on the review that the judges didn't get.
The bench is probably one of the most technical, or the one with the most technical errors.
Right.
Possible.
Yeah, for sure. 3 commands in there. Salim, 175, 2.5 kilo jump.
That is just raw power.
Just straight horsepower. He lays down on the bench, relatively flat backed. I'd already broke down how you might lay down on the bench to maximize all your levers, get leg drive involved as well. And Slim just lays down and
I don't need any of that.
all horsepower. Elias the book. 177.5, 2.5 kilo jump from his second. 1.5 kilos over his previous personal best. Looks like that was a Belgian.
Good lift, well done.
Very, very good lift.
Now the ball goes
3 white lights, and he gets it. And that just might be a Belgian national record back home. Something to keep in mind. We get told when it's a world record, but some of these records are regional records, like European records, that we aren't necessarily getting told and announced, but there's some significance to a lot of these lifts. Pius of Germany, 185 kilo.
185.
We're into the 400-pound bench presses. And talking of national records, his previous personal best being 181. The only time you go up that kind of increment, it's always 2.5, is if it's a record of some sort. I'm assuming this is a national record as well. See if he gets it. The only way it wouldn't be is if somebody back home in Germany had broken that record and is holding it right now. And if that's the case, I apologize, sir.
He will come and take the record whenever he wants.
Yeah. 3 whites.
Well done. Now we come to the last bench press of the morning. And this is 190.
Matteo Moretto, 190 even.
Coming to the maximum weight, 190 ball, Mr. Moretto.
He had a very big squat. He's got a very big bench. And quietly putting together a decent total. We'll see how it stacks up with Group A later on today. Too much. Tough because once you start missing your thirds, as I had said before, the likelihood of missing a third deadlift, it just keeps increasing because you're revving that engine. You only have so much gas in the tank. It's difficult to bounce back, but it can happen. A quick look here at the scoreboard. Moretto, although missing his third bench, still walks away, currently in first place, understanding there are more lifters later on tonight, where Pius of Germany, 185, and De Boek, 177.5, representing Belgium. Don't go anywhere. We are going to be back in 9 minutes for the deadlift session. I told you previously, we have some former world record breakers here. Will we see possible record attempts? Only time will tell.
Only time will tell. I'm looking forward to it.
We'll see you in 9 minutes. Welcome back to the IPF World Championships here live in Sun City, South Africa. I am Ryan Lapadat, accompanied with Mo. And Mo, we had big squats, big bench press, both in the 69 kilo class Group B and the 83 kilo class Group B. We had some fireworks. Some of the openers were missed. We had some big jumps. What are you expecting here for the deadlift event?
Just like you said before multiple times, we have a previous world record holder in the deadlift inside this flight. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can put on the platform, but also how the other 83s and also the 69 kg women lifters also push the standards for the groups later.
Yeah, and speaking of, you're alluding to Kafui from Canada, 2019 broke the world record. If nothing else, my friend, he is fresh. He is fresh. I went back there, talked to Kafui and said, my friend, you understand this is 9 lifts, not 12. You're pacing yourself a little too fresh for deadlifts, but he's going to load up big.
Everything should be fresh, the legs, the back.
Yeah, he's not overly exerted, that's for sure. And speaking of Team Canada, you know, Kyle Graham, he had a big squat. It was the biggest squat attempt of the morning so far. And he's also got a big deadlift. So we'll see what he brings to the table. Judging by his training, his deadlift is well up there as well. Is it close enough for a possible record attempt? Time will tell, but he's within range.
Wow.
So we might have a Canada versus Canada deadlift battle and legitimate possible record attempts. We'll have to see how it unfolds. But first, in the 69 kilo class, Laura De Vet from South Africa, 150 kilos for her opening
And the bar is
deadlift.
loaded for Laura from South Africa. Come everybody, let's make some noise and help the lifters. That's much better. Come Laura.
The veteran of 21 years does not fumble the ball with her opener.
Ball goes to 160 on the ball. For Carly from New Zealand. Carly's best at the moment is 172.5. And there she's flying.
Callie Dillon of New Zealand, 39 years old. Next year, she will be in the Masters division if she chooses. Masters obviously can still lift in the open if they want. 160 kilo on the bar for her opening dead. She's previously hit 172.5 kilos. They should move well. And for some of these nations like New Zealand who were in lockdown, that 172.5 kilos is probably an old personal best and likely moved well past that in training.
And the bar is low.
Smooth.
Well done, Timothy.
Moves well.
Interesting question for you. Do you like to open heavy on deadlifts? Or
I do
light?
not. And I'll tell you, so deadlifts, obviously, they tax the nervous system. It's the lift, unless you're super heavyweight. That's probably going to be the heaviest of the three disciplines. And I like to open, so I got a taste for the weight, not super light, but I don't want to go too close to my top end too many times in a row with 3 deadlifts. Victoria Manning, by the way, 160 kilo, handles it well.
That was a good deadlift. For myself personally, I like to go somewhere in between. I think the heavier you go, like the higher your top end reaches, the lighter you want to start, but you don't want to be so light that you have to make a 30, 40 kg jump to your second or third attempt.
And that's the other side of it. If it's too much of a jump, the second attempt feels a lot heavier than it should. Your body adjusts incrementally. It's like if you're in water and it slowly gets warmer, easier than just jumping in and it's already at the top peak
Very
temperature.
Bar is loaded.
You like these analogies I use? It's years in the booth that I,
Yeah, it's
I'm a
very
veteran
good.
myself.
It's a very easy opener.
Nicely done. I like the little sigh of relief there. You know, she had some hiccups here and there, and it's all learning experiences, but to get a nice, easy one out of the way. Rochelle Griffin, 170 kilo for opening deadlift. Rochelle, representing Australia, hits an easy opener here.
And she's been competing now for 4 years. And she's a young, very good.
Three white lights.
Very easy opener.
180 is going to stay on the bar, and we're moving at a decent pace, probably because most of these opening deadlifts are relatively close in weight. But a decent turnaround, and Viola from Australia, 23 years old, competing just 2 years, finds herself at the IBF World Championships already. Now, I think she had a couple hiccups in the bench press, did she not?
Yeah, she definitely had a scare in the bench press, so I'm guessing she'll want to have a smooth deadlift session as possible.
And these are things that, the head coach would take into account. If the lifter's a little tense, especially a lifter that's relatively new to the sport, a little tense, you want to calm their nerves, get some positive wins under the belt. That's a nice one right there.
It is a very nice opener.
Just like that. It's heavy enough. Forbid you go ahead with just your opener. It's heavy enough that it actually contributes significantly enough towards your total.
Very true.
It's not easy being a coach.
And it's not easy being a game day handler either.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, you're right. That's what I meant, is not the programming coach, but the game day handler.
Both are relatively hard, I reckon. Getting a lifter safely to an IPF World Championship without injuring themselves, like injuring the lifter, is one hell of a task.
This is true. In a lot of respects, the game day coach is a bit of a thankless job. Nobody talks about you until you fumble the ball. Right?
True.
185 kilos on the bar. Maja Schitt Irving of Denmark. Opening into the fourth. 185 kilos will stay on the bar for Youngman from Austria. Makes easy work of it. And we're moving quickly because guess what? 185 kilos once again, and these ladies are clustered pretty closely together, and I think we're going to have some battles here coming into the third round. De Silva from Germany. Even though we have another flight later on tonight, Group A, so this isn't likely going to be for medals. You want to move up in the rankings. Look, you're here to have fun, but you're also here to move up in the rankings and represent your nation. You fight for placements no matter where it is. These ladies are gamers and just making a mockery of 185 kilos.
And the bar is loaded for
Fortunately lazy. Get ready for the hair flip. I seen that coming. Hip pump to break inertia and makes easy work of it as well. And there it is. No drama in the openers for the 69 kilo Group B.
I think second attempt is where you start seeing people testing the waters a little bit.
Well, you know what? After you got your opening deadlift in, your total is now completely secure. Up until then, your total is never secure. Now it's done. As they say, the hay is in the barn. Now it's time to play.
The bar is loaded for Laura from South
Take that
Africa.
back to the British Nationals with you, son.
I'll be using a lot of these.
170 kilos, 20 kilo jump. Laura can gain a lot of ground with one pull here. Three whites. Now, what do you think about knee sleeves during deadlifts?
Stays on 170.
I think it's very interesting. I've never understood the reason behind it. I've heard it helps cover up unlocked knees.
My man, you heard it here.
Yeah, I heard it here.
But
Yeah.
you're right. Because in terms of friction, you know, the knurling that helps for grip actually catches on the sleeve, create extra friction. However, it will cover the knees. And we've seen in terms of squat not having locked knees, same infraction on the deadlift in terms of you need your knees locked for it to pass. So if that's ever an issue for lifters, and some lifters to get their shoulders back, which is another infraction for the deadlift, you need your shoulders back. They lean back, knees unlock. You're trying to juggle two things. Sometimes you play the game a little bit and cover those knees with the sleeve, and it gets a little harder. Judges are hip to your game, though. Callie Dillon of New Zealand, 172.5. Callie hits that rather nicely. Because beyond that, I can't think of another. I mean, keeping your knees warm is one thing, but the downside of keeping your knees warm with that added friction of the gnarling, literally grabbing at the neoprene sleeve and tugging when it rubs against it, just doesn't make the trade-off.
No, it doesn't. And especially for me, even I don't use knee sleeves and I have my fingers scratching on my skin coming up. And I don't like that. So
The other reason, but
it's mostly personal, I guess. Same as using a belt on the bench.
sure. It's a whole nother discussion. We're going to enter into some powerlifting debates. There's people yelling in the comments. Don't get me started.
Loaded for Zimbabwe.
Mo D from Zimbabwe, 175 kilos.
It's a very conservative jump from her opening.
Yeah, just 5 kilos. However, it's a 5 kilo personal best for her, but I think she's going to make relatively easy work of it.
Good move, well done.
Right.
Stays on 175 for Kimby. And the bar is loaded for Kimby from South Africa. Now make some noise for her.
7.5 kilo blower personal best. And that was definitely a lot more work than the opener.
Yeah, she's definitely got an engine. Just keeps on
That's
moving.
3 white lights. Well done, Kimberly. Ball goes to 177.
We are moving a lot quicker in the deadlift event than we did the squat and bench event.
Bar is loaded. For Rochelle from
Rochelle Griffin of Australia, 177.5 kilos. Easy work.
Oh, well done. Good job. 3 white lights. Ball goes to 190.
Now, I think there's a little battle going on between Rochelle and Viola because they're both from Australia.
And this is
It might be an Australian rivalry that dates back to their nationals or several nationals for all we know.
Republic.
Yuskova from Czechia, 190 kilo, 10 kilo jump. Did she get the down command? No, okay.
Just missed it.
from my view, I can't see the judges not only say it, but they have their arms raised, and you see the arm come down, and the grip was giving way on her. Australia's Viola coming to the bar with 192.5 kilos.
Okay, bar is loaded for Viola from Australia.
She's hit 190. We're already in personal best territory. Whoa. She's happy with it.
Yeah, it was slow to lock out, but
And
do what I like.
So what are you thinking then, judging by the slow lockout? How many more kilos do you go up?
Now, this is what I said previously. I think her and the previous Australian are having a little battle, so it depends on whatever Rochelle gets.
bar
It does.
stays on 192.
If I'm not going to argue it. Because all relative, 5 kilo on this much weight on the deadlift isn't quite as impactful, but yeah, around there is the upper end of it. It also depends. Some people approach their thirds with more intensity and have a little more in them. Youngman of Austria, 192.5 kilos. That was smooth.
Yeah, good look. Well done. Well done. Bar goes to 195. 195. From here, from Denmark. The two listed on 195.
Maya Shit Irving, 195 kilos. Nice lift. Collects 10 more kilos towards her total.
Bar stays on 195 now. Stays on 195.
And we are keep moving on the brisk pace now. It's a brisk pace, however, it's a big flight. 12 lifters. So the turnaround isn't going to be overly drastic.
Australia's coach
It's just more action.
and the bar is
You're okay with that?
I'm perfect, fine with that.
The silver.
195 kilos for Sonia da Silva of Germany. 10 kilo jump. This will be a personal best for her. Judging by her previous personal best, 190.5, this is likely a German national record. Nice, and you see the big smile at the top.
You can tell.
Oh, good lift. Well done. Well done. Oh, the last lift of the second round. Second round. 205 for Virginia from Italy.
Who's loaded for Virginia. Forchilesi of Italy. 10 kilos up from her opener.
I'll be interested to see how this moves.
Now 10 kilos slowed her, but she got it. Obviously a much smaller jump for the third you anticipated.
Yes, definitely. I'll probably give it another 7.5.
Oh, wow, okay. I was
Yeah.
going to say 5, but you're more of a gambling
I
man.
think more, yeah. Just because base of our opener, I thought maybe 5, 7.5, and she smoked that.
Right.
So she might she could just keep on going.
Okay, well, we'll see. And we are now on our third attempt. There's a peek at the standing after 2 rounds of deadlifts, as well as the totals for the 69 kilo Group B. Mo D of Zimbabwe, 177.5 kilos for her third and final lift. In the deadlift event, final lift of the day as well. And she gets it.
Good one. Good lift. Take the bar to 177.5. 177.5.
Laura
Personal best
De
for
Vet
Laura.
of South Africa,
Laura De Vet of
177.5
South
kilos.
Africa. The bar is low. 170.
A little too much, not from a lack of effort though.
Not for lack of effort, definitely.
Bad news for the Zimbabwe lifter. They overruled your lift. Sorry, Zimbabwe. The
So
177.
Mo D's lift from Zimbabwe got overturned and is now a bad lift. The jury deciding to overturn it. I'm not sure what the infraction was. Kaylee Dillon. Callie Dillon, sorry, from New Zealand. 180 kilo, there's Rory Lynch yelling at his lifter, chest up. Oh, is that right shoulder? They're gonna like that. Oh, they will. Let's see what the jury says though. Rory gives a fist pump. We've seen other lifts get overturned. So far, so good. Take a look at the review. South Africa, 180 kilos for her third and final lift. And this is quick action in the deadlifts.
Already looking forward to the 83s.
Oh, wow, the 83s are going to be spectacular. That's slow to the knees, and she just
She keeps
refuses.
on going.
My goodness, there's a lot of heart in that woman, but gravity's going to win today.
She goes away with a 175. All goes now to 180. 180 for Veronica Manning of New Zealand.
Veronica Manning,
4 more lifts and then no more changes.
and you see, this is the final lift of the day. There's no sense bringing anything back to the hotel room with you. You can feel the energy as they approach the bar. Oh my goodness. What a lovely scrap. Yeah, look at that. Oh.
Sorry, no lift.
And Alfred
Red, 2 reds, 2 lockouts.
Kendrick, sorry,
All goes
going to, that's our coach, going to the jury,
187 for Rochelle Griffin of Australia.
gets overturned to being a green, a positive lift. And Rochelle Griffin, keeping the intensity high, coming out for 187.5, well into the 400s. Yeah, look at, there's a lot of excitement here on the
A lot
platform.
of excitement.
Ball goes to 195. 195 for Joskova from Czech Republic.
Representing Czechia, missed 190, opting to go up to 195 regardless. High risk, high reward. Let's see what happens. Nope, just a little too much today.
No more lifts. 2 more lifts and then no more changes for the second flight. Ball goes
These
to
ladies
200
leaving it all on the platform.
for Sonia
Of the
Riley.
6, 7 attempts we've had, only 2 successful so far.
Only 2. Everyone is coming to leave it all.
And these are ladies that in the other lifts were all relatively conservative, stayed in the pocket within their means, but coming down to the very last attempt of the day, you might as well go all out. Sonia De Silva from Germany, 200 kilos, 441 pounds, imploring the crowd to get behind her. Oh. It was sticky. There was points where it stopped down.
Ball goes to 202.
Yeah, there might. Oh, yeah, it's, yeah. So your body can shake and go up, down as long as the bar stays still. But oftentimes, when the body goes up, down, the bar
bar will
obviously,
also go up,
yeah.
down.
Maya Shitterving of Denmark, 202.5. We're in the 200 kilo range now. From here on out, all the attempts will be 200 kilos and up. These are some big deads. A little too much today.
Ball stays on 202.5 for Jürgen from Austria. And the bar is
Stays on the bar for her third and final deadlift. Oh no. Started losing grip on that left side.
It is slowly turning into a sea of red.
It is. We've had 2 successful attempts, and it is for these ladies who have played it safe. They're going all out here, and it's good action, though.
It's good action.
All right, Viola is actually going to attempt a world record attempt juniors. So she's 23, still a junior. 210 kilos.
Ball loaded for world record attempt.
Oh, she is hyped. And look at her coach. A little too much, but I tell you what, it was worth loading it up. I'd said before, you can only go for world records at international events. This is an international event. How often do they roll around? There's only a few different international events on the calendar. And you're at the IPF World Championships. You might as well go big on the final lift of the day if you think it's within reach.
Definitely.
Doesn't change the fact that out of 11 lifts, only 2 lifters got their final attempt so far. Can Virginia hit 215 and finish on a positive note?
Also for a PD. The bar is loaded.
Virginia, fortunately, this is a pretty big jump from her second. That was work.
She just keeps on pulling.
And she manages it through just heart and audacity. You know, if you put $1 million on the table and told me gamble it, I would have said she wouldn't have hit it, but sometimes the intangibles of an athlete's heart can just carry the day. They have really risen the bar for the gentleman coming up.
Definitely risen the bar. It was interesting. Especially with the Italians deadlift. I knew she had at least 7.5.
And you were higher than me, and you were stopping at 7.5. They went, I'll see you 7.5, and raise you another 2.5. Worked out. Taking a look at the standings there now, keeping in mind, obviously, we have another group later on this evening. But that's how it rests as of now for the 69 kilo Group B. We're going to move along to the 83 kilo Group A. And as previously mentioned, we have some former world record holders in the deadlift. Well, one for sure, a Kafui, Hochoyame. Up first, though, Marlon Daniels makes easy work at 220.
Oh, nice.
Francois is going to attempt 240 kilo. previously at 260 kilos, 20 kilos below that. I'm expecting this move pretty quickly for Zimbabwe's national champion. Three right lights.
Ball goes to 250 now, 250. There it is, up from Belgium.
Elias the Book,
4 years, he's only 26.
250 kilos for his opening dead.
And the bar is loaded for Belgium.
Wow, makes easy work there.
Very easy opener.
Well done, good luck.
Naoki from Japan will be attempting 250 kilos as well.
Bar is loaded for Naoki from Japan.
Only one command in the deadlifts, and that's down. The bar can only move in one direction. Why do you think it's more often in the sumo than the conventional that might happen?
I think it might just be a bit of a, when you're too quick off the floor, you lose control. It's like when you're in conventional, you can lock in and stay still. Or sumo, there's a bit of a balance issue also with your feet being wider out.
Yeah, the further apart your feet are, it's a bit of a balancing act. And Hakeem Jones, 257.5 kilos. Makes easy work of it.
And the bar is loaded, and the bar is loaded, well done. Bar now goes to 260. We're going to have 3 lifters on 260. First one is Pius from Germany.
Pius from Germany, 260 kilos for its opening pull.
Good lift, good lift.
Very nice and easy opener.
Ball goes to take on 260.
Exactly what you'd be looking for. And Max coming out with 260 kilos as well, a popular opening weight. Heisinger, previous personal best, 280 kilos. Leaving himself some room now. He could probably go beyond that. Let's see how this moves, though. Makes easy work of it. Linson from Iceland, 260 kilos, stays on the bar for him. Nicely done.
Just off the personal best.
165 kilos awaits Matteo Moretto of Italy.
Now, Matteo had a very big squat in the squat round, a big bench. Unfortunately, he missed both his third squat and his third bench. So I wonder how that affected him for the deadlift session.
Let's see if he can change the pattern.
Bar is loaded for Italy.
Still a strong guy, but you only have so much on the day. Failed lifts take a toll.
That was a good lift, good lift. Ball goes to 270. 270 for Mr. Carr from Virgin Islands. And the bar is loaded for Carr from the Virgin Islands.
Carr representing the U.S. Virgin Islands. 270 kilos for his opening pull. Setting his lats. Don't forget to clasp the belt.
Very important.
You'll notice the difference pretty quickly.
On an opener, would you? On an opener deadlift, depending on how heavy it is.
You'll notice no belt though, I think. Yeah, for myself anyways.
And that was good lift, good lift. Oh, stays on 270 now. Stays on 270 for Salim from Libya. Come Salim.
Let's pay attention to his knees. Now, it was an issue for the squats. I had mentioned how this is also a possible infraction on the deadlifts. Proper lockout means your knees are locked. Yeah, they're not fully locked. He's leaning back, like I had said, often you'll see, and that's proper. His head coach looks miffed, like he doesn't understand, but I could foresee it before I even started pulling. Let me guess, this is going to be an issue. Somebody's got to tell them.
I believe it's maybe, like you said, some nationals, I think I've heard this over multiple times, some nationals are not to the level that IPF awards will be.
Sure.
So things that will get away at nationals level will definitely not get away on this stage right here.
Yeah.
And coaches need to be aware of that and obviously update themselves on the rules.
Bar is loaded for Arno from South Africa. Let's hear it. 275 on the bar. Come Arno.
275 kilos for Arno from South Africa.
Good lift. Well done. Well done.
3 white lights.
Bar goes now to 2.
Smooth lift. Or you're trying to go off openers. It can be misleading because you're expecting it to move like an opener, where for some people, they're not going to grow as much as you might be growing with your lifter. You got to take a look how the openers move. And speaking of, let's see how Kyle Graham's opening lift of 295 kilos moves. Kyle has hit 300 kilos, but I don't think that's his personal best anymore. I've seen training videos where he's well beyond that. Training is one thing. Flying to the other side of the world for the World Championships is another. Now, see, he also leans back, but is sure to keep his knees locked.
Yes.
That's the difference. And when you lean back to get your shoulders back, it's normal. The knees want to unlock. Look at that.
Yeah.
Flexing the quads, knees locked. That's what Team Libya's got to pay attention to. And I don't know if some of these, the national coach looks a little confused on what the infraction was. If someone reaches out and says, hey,
This is what you need to do.
this is what you need to do. You're going to keep failing right up until you bomb out unless this happens. Back-to-back Team Canada, Kafwi, Hochoyame, 300 kilos for his opener. Expect this to fly. Kafwi, probably the freshest of all these lifters.
Definitely is the freshest.
Record break. Look how casually he walks off. No excitement at all. This is totally expected. A former world record breaker applying his trade. 300 kilos stays on the bar for Sletten of Norway.
Bar is loaded for Stetten from Norway. 300. Come, let's help him.
This is a rather big opener in 83 kilo class. Nicely done as well. Very smooth.
Very smooth deadlift.
One red.
Good lift. You got it.
It's coming from the other side. I don't think I saw anything. Marlon Daniels will kick us off our second round of deads, 240 kilos.
And the bar is loaded for Marlon. Come on.
There's a look. Kafwe resting in first place in the deadlifts. Kind of expected, but I'll tell you what, Sletten also handled 300 kilos very well.
Yes, he did. And also Kari is also looking to make a big jump to 315 after.
Yeah, and Kafwe going 317.5. And Daniels gets 3 white lights.
One more deadlift to go.
So Kafwe will pull ahead in the lead on deadlifts after the second round if they all hit it. But Kyle Graham, Sletten with 315 not far behind.
Just 10 below his personal best.
And I think they'll also be trying to set themselves up for like a podium position on the deadlift maybe. Bronze, silver.
It depends. I mean, obviously there's a caveat of later on tonight, but you're right. It's conceivable. I mean, these deadlifts are competitive with the Group A, what they're going to do. So Francois from Zimbabwe, 250 kilos for his second deadlift of the day.
Hey, good lift. Well done, Zimbabwe.
Very good deadlift.
On now goes 260. Jones.
Akeem Jones, U.S. Virgin Islands, 260
Bar is
kilos.
loaded for Jones.
Conservative 2.5 kilo jump, though.
Very, very conservative.
Did they miss getting the attempt card in? Sometimes if you don't get your attempt card in 60 seconds, and that's the time you have, they'll just bump you up 2.5 kilos. That might be the case because this 257.5 wasn't very hard.
No, it moved very easily. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was just, and what happened back there, who knows, right? It's a little chaotic. You get caught up in something or rather. But they can make a big jump in their third.
And this way you can be more rested going into the third deadlifts.
Naoki will attempt 267.5 kilos. A decent 17.5 kilo jump. Representing Japan.
Loaded for Naoki from Japan. 267.5.
Getting a little life in his legs. Only 2 lifts left of the day.
Very good.
He's waiting for the down command from the judges, but he lets the judges know. Young trick, letting the judges, we're good here.
And the bar is loaded.
Linson from Iceland, 270 kilos. Pretty good pull for a second.
Very good pull for a second. What would you put on top of that?
Well done. 3 wide lights. Oh, stays like 2
7.5? What were you thinking?
7.5, 10 kg.
10? I'm comfortable with 10. From Belgium, 20 kilo jump. Now this is sizable. But as said before, some lifters like big jumps after their opening dead. I'm actually comfortable with that myself. And he probably trains that way. Yeah,
Yep, move for easy.
exactly. It's all about how you train. If you warm up in the training room and you like big jumps and you start doing your singles, it's not a big shocker when you get to the world stage and you do similar jumps there. It's just when you train differently in terms of your warm. Slim
Salim does.
retaking 270, he needs to just lock those knees. It's better. Where his shoulders back, let's take a look. It's better though. 3 whites. So I think somebody talked to them.
Definitely.
And he's got another deadlift to go, so we can cover some ground there.
And it's all an experience. So
I was
it's
just
like-
about to say he's going to lead the world as a better lifter. You know, you're around the best lifters in the world, the best coaching staffs in the world, and you're getting judged at the highest level in the world. You can only leave a better lifter. Pius from Germany, 277.5 kilo.
The bar is loaded for Germany.
Seventeen and a half kilo jump, but still 10 kilo below his previous personal best. Back-to-back Germans here.
277.5.
Both of them attempting 277.5 kilos as well.
Bar loaded for Max.
Probably a nice little deadlift battle back in German Nationals. Max is just 2.5 kilo below his previous personal best. Wow. Okay. Well, it doesn't look like he's 2.5 kilo away from his limit
No,
today.
he isn't.
Well done, Max. 3 wide lights. Now the bar goes to 280. This is the first.
He's Matteo Moretto, 280 kilos for his second attempt. We're in personal best territory now.
Bar is loaded for Italy. Come Italy and help him get this personal best and personal best total as well. Come on, let's have this one.
Good lift. Get the lockout. Let's see what happened here. On the right side,
Bar now goes
starting to come out of his hands, and the one shoulder started dipping. So I don't know if that was before he got the down command, but if they feel like the shoulder unlocked a little bit, reading minds here, but we know we got redded on 2 of them.
And we can't see the handler going over to the jury table, so most likely he saw the same thing.
It's going to stand. Carr is going to take 282.5. Slow off the ground.
Oh.
Sorry, no. 4 weightlifts together. This is for Arno. He jumped from 275 to 300.
This is a big jump for Arno.
Yeah, 25 kilos. But it is from opener to second, not second to third. That's a little more. And some people do like to open, again, on deadlifts quite a bit lower. Solidify the total, save energy, make a jump. It all depends on what you're comfortable with.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how this moves.
His previous personal best, though, was 293. So he's making a massive jump into territory he's never been before. Unless he's done it in the gym, of course. That's a whole different ballgame now.
He's also pulling without a belt.
Ah. Did he not have a belt the first time? I don't remember. Hopefully he didn't forget a belt. That would be...
Very interesting.
Yeah. But so there is where, you know, you're trying to conserve energy. So you have a very low opener. So your top end, you haven't touched yet. You have a lot of energy in the tank. However, if you miss your second and your opener is that low, that's what's going towards your total.
Yeah, but would you rather in that situation then just skip the second attempt and reserve all the energy for the third attempt?
Ball is loaded for Stephen from Norway. Big noise, big ball. That's helping.
They're really up in the ante here, though.
I guess this is all, I'm guessing he planned on smoking 300 and moving beyond 300.
If not smoking it like work, but having more afterwards, yeah. But I have seen what you're suggesting as well, but that's really to throw off opposition as well. So you pull last, but you know you're pulling last for a middle position, and you're conserving all your energy because you know you're all or nothing going in for the last pull. Emil Norlin, who we'll see in the 105s.
Notorious for this.
And there's Sletton, 315
Let's see what the judges say.
here.
And the ball is loaded now.
Oh, the knee started unlocking. Yeah, you get the down command. You have to hold position until you get the down command. Knees start unlocking. No lift if you didn't get the down command yet. Same with the shoulder slumping. Kyle Graham of Canada, 315 kilos, stays on the bar for him. Knee danced around a little bit, but he locked it. Oh, I thought he did anyways. Let's take a look at the slow-mo replay. Oh, maybe it's downward motion. You're right. Yep. Fair enough. Which again, when you pull sumo, it can happen. Kafui Hochoyame, 217.5 pounds, or sorry, kilos, 700 pounds. He smoked 300 kilos. We haven't seen him work too hard yet. Looks like we're going to have to wait till the thirds to see that.
Probably do.
He's waiting for the lights, but there's very little reason. And I was saying in terms of, and just to look at the scoreboard here, Cafui's still in the lead. Its lead actually is widened since the openers and likely will continue in that direction. Not a major surprise, Cafui haven't been a former world record breaker in this event. But yeah, Emil Norlin, when he won the Junior World Championships, knew he was going to pull for the win, took his opener, left his second, and scratched it, and was coming back for his third, essentially because it matters not what anybody else is doing. I'm going all in for the win, and I'm pulling last. Whether or not he pulled something in the interim, in the warm-up room, just to feel some weight in between so it doesn't shock to the system, maybe. But those are games that get played, and you might see yourself because you will be facing Emil Norling, 15 kilos. Looks good.
Very good deadlift and a nice way to round off your competition.
And these are the third and final attempts, final lifts of the day for these gentlemen. Francois will attempt 260 kilos.
Ball bar is loaded for Zimbabwe.
10-kilo jump for the champion of Zimbabwe.
And also for a total PB.
Slow at the lockout. That looks good to me. See if the judges agree.
Well done. Good luck.
3 white lights.
Now the block goes to 277 points on the deadlift and also a PB total. That's up with the two personal bests.
.5 kilos awaits Elias de Boek,
Big call, come.
representing Belgium. Did a big jump from his opener to his second, but his second moved very well.
Good, well done.
2-2-1.
Ball now goes to 280. 280. So we have two lifters on 280. First one is John
Good lift.
from Ireland.
Minson from Iceland, 280 kilos for his third and final pull. 10-kilo jump, 2-kilo personal best. Judging by that increment, I'm assuming this is an Icelandic national record, should he get it. Nicely done. Good pull. 3 white lights, and I believe he just set a national record.
Definitely did. That level of excitement is something else.
It's an indication, yes. Moretto,
Now, you previously mentioned failing your third squat, failing your third bench, it's a lot of fatigue on the system. Do you think Moretto will get this?
putting me on the spot here. I want to be a nice guy, but the failures are starting to rack up. It's taxing the system. If I have $1 million on the table,
What would you go for?
I'm putting, I don't think he gets it. How about you?
I'll say he gets it.
I knew you were going to say that, you coward. Let's see what happens. Locks his lats. Just that the lock was appropriate. It's just so hit and miss on the day. None of the attempts were out of reason when he came out for them. But there's a lot of variables in play. Travel, time zone change, and cutting weight, etc.
True.
280 kilos for Naoki from Japan. But it is a lesson learned for when you're watching this that, yeah, you once you start missing, you got to get some wins. You got to adjust as the day unfolds. Quick descent and the grab. Let's see the slow-mo replay here. Yeah, I'm not sure I saw it pause. We're not on the platform. The thing is, if you have one white, you can approach a jury to protest. 3 reds and it's unanimous. You cannot approach a jury, so it is what it is. Akeem Jones, U.S. Virgin Islands, 282.5 kilos. A 22.5 kilo jump from his second. That's pretty big.
It's pretty big, but just like you said, for his second attempt, he missed the chance to increment it.
You're right. That's right. 3 whites. I paused for a second there only because I seen a bit of slippage in his hand,
Yes, I
and I
did.
think the judges were not going to give him a down command to see. Can you hang on to this for a second here before I give you the down command? He got it. It's good.
And the bar is loaded from Mr. Carr from German.
Carr of U.S. Virgin Islands. 282.5 once again on the bar. He misses on his second. Taking it on his third. I audibly heard those cracks on his neck when he went back and forth. Like, did you hear that? So chiropractic adjustment for this final might make the difference.
Might make the difference.
You need everything in your favor. Oh, much better. Oh, wow.
And yeah,
Holy smokes.
I need whatever he did before his last deadlift.
Sir, I would like a chiropractic adjustment by you. That's
Good work, Mark. Good work here today.
nicely done.
Very impressive third pull.
Now for Mr. Cook. He's Fuskas from Germany.
We didn't place a bet, but I would have lost my money on that one if I'm honest. That's a surprise, but it's encouraging. Look, it happens. Lifters miss, come out, and hit what they missed just 5 minutes earlier. And Pius of Germany, 285 kilos on the bar for him.
Does look ready to destroy this.
Final pull. It's a long day for these gentlemen.
Stop the clock.
And we have a change attempt. Your last deadlifts, you're allowed to change the attempt you put in 2 times. And somebody, it was announced, is changing their last pull. You could put in that change up until they say bar is loaded. Max Eisinger is up next with 290 kilos.
Bar is loaded for Max
It just said bar is loaded, so here he comes.
Going for a PB on the deadlift. And a PB on the total. Come, Germany, help him get this one. Come, Max.
Just too much.
Yeah, not today.
Now the ball goes to
Oh, wow.
3.5.
Got quite a jump coming up.
2.5 for Saeed.
5 kilo jump. That's big. However, he misses opener and retook that weight, which I think is a good idea for a
Yep.
second. And I would say that was a good move. And maybe this was always the planned third. So they had the conversation. Do you want your planned second or do you want your planned third? They probably said, go for the planned third. Not risking much.
Yeah, and this is also the IPF Award stage. Might as well do it here, if not anywhere else.
Oh, no. Oh, hopefully he's okay. He should just let it go if he can because he's not going to get this pass. It's a little dangerous.
That is impressive, walking back with
I'll tell you what, the horsepower on this young man. We refine the technique, familiarize yourself with the rules a little bit. He's got potential, but yeah, it looked like he was still trying to lock it out.
the meat, but I think with a few, like you said, technical changes, he'll definitely be one to watch in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Sletten of Norway. 315 kilos once more, missed it on the second.
Bar is loaded for Sletten from Norway. 315. Come, let's help him, everybody. Come, Sletten, 315. Let's go. Sorry.
A little
Just
too
a bit.
much,
Oh,
yeah.
stays on 315. Now this is for Kyle Graham from Canada. And the bar is loaded for Kyle from Canada. Come Kyle, give us a big pull here.
Canada's
Bar
Kyle
loaded
Graham
for
coming
Kyle
out to
from Canada.
315 kilos.
Come Canadians, make some noise, let's help him get this
I
one.
might be biased. I
Come
thought
on.
it's 315 for a second would have passed. I think he could do this.
Yeah, I'll probably say the same too.
And I think that should pass. 3 white lights. He'll finish his day with a 750 kilo total.
Last lift of the day. Load the bar.
Those.
And this will give him a new PB total. 325. That's a big weight, everybody. Let's get behind him and let's make sure he gets it. In the bar.
I might have thought he would go for a little more actually than a 7.5 kilo jump.
I'm definitely saying the same. I think like just based off his whole meat, he easily could have added on an extra 5 to
The bar
7.5
is
on each
loaded
one.
for Kafu
Probably a
from
lot more than
Canada.
that, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe
especially
some
with the
squat
deadlift.
5 kilos.
Come, let's help you go. 325. Pull it up, boys.
And this is why. I mean, he you know, I feel like he's got more in the tank in all of these lifts. He in head of the pack in Group B. Probably could have been in Group A. And there is a look at the results for the deadlifts. 325 kilos puts Caffrey in the lead. Kyle Graham to follow, and Sletten of Norway with 300 kilos. And I think we might get a peek at the totals here, but Caffrey in the lead with Kyle Graham from Canada also in number 2, and Moretto of Italy in number 3. And that would conclude our morning session. Do not go anywhere. We will be back with the 63 kilo women, I believe. And is Ray getting a nod from my producer here. And later on this evening, you will see the Group A of the 69 kilo women and the 83 kilo men. And that will include the big showdown between Delaney Wallace, Tim Madigatti, USA versus New Zealand, as we've seen so many years before on the IPF World stage, and return of Chandler Babb from USVI, 69 kilo world champion, will face off from Mark Jenner of Norway, who's the #1 nomination. There can only be one. Stay tuned.